and welcome to the grand final of RUBIC 2021. Thank you for tuning in and joining us today. I am Ninis.
And I am Matt. It is a privilege to be hosting the grand final of this year's competition.
So this year, Ruangguru has set up a mission for all RUBIC participants, inventing the future technology for higher education.
Yes, and after a very tough selection process from hundreds of applicants, this year, we now have the top 6 teams chosen to compete in the final stage. Today, we are also joined supporters and spectators who are watching live through YouTube. Hi to everyone, welcome.
So finalists, you have come a long way to be where you are right now. Kudos and well done for your amazing efforts. We are very honored to have you guys here today, and you are now very close to winning the grand prize of a trip to US and 25 million rupiah. So joining us today are some very special guests who are no other than our founders. Please welcome Belva Devara and Iman Usman, the CEO and the COO of Ruangguru. Please welcome Iman and Belva.
Hi. Are we supposed to give a speech now or?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay.
Please.
Okay, Belva, go ahead.
Right. Okay. So good morning, everyone. I think it'll be good for everyone to open their camera, to leave their camera on so that we can see each other. Okay. Right. So so good morning, everyone. Congratulations, first of all, to all of you for making it to the very last stage of RUBIC. And after a tough selection process from hundreds of ideas submitted by students from all across Indonesia and abroad, now we are down to the top 6 finalists with our own unique and innovative education tech ideas. And this is actually the first time we are doing something like this. And this whole competition stemmed from the idea to provide students an opportunity to partake in revolutionizing education technology. And so we wanted all of you to think creatively and critically about education and then come up with their own solutions. So we are very delighted to welcome 18 of you, 18 very amazing students who've made it here today, and well done to all of you. So I think each finalist here has gone through continuous mentorship with Ruangguru's business leaders to ensure a meaningful learning experience throughout the competition. So we hope the journey has been enjoyable, right? I think you are all already winners. And don't forget to have fun. Again, thank you so much for all of your amazing effort. We are very proud, and I'm personally very keen to hear all of your amazing ideas today.
Yeah, so I think in addition to what Belva was just mentioned, I think we have been anticipating today for quite a while, and we've been very excited to meet all of the finalists. We've been hearing a lot of great things from some of our team members about how have been prepared you are, how been talented you are. So it's really good to finally be here. And again, I'm personally also very looking forward to see what sort of business pitches that you guys will deliver. I know for some of you, maybe this is the first time you're delivering a pitch in front of the judges, especially in front of the business leaders. And it might make you nervous. I've been there when I was still a student, but believe me that this will be a great experience and a bold movement for all of you as well. So I understand that it's been a long journey for many of you to get here, and you guys have worked super hard to complete your pitch decks, to prepare for your presentations. So no matter what's gonna happen today, I think you deserve a huge round of applause. Be proud of what you have accomplished, because again, it's not easy to get to where you are today, defeating hundreds of teams. I'm looking forward to hear all the pitches, and hopefully we can learn from each other. Again, congratulations, and looking forward to hearing your pitches.
Okay, thank you so much for Iman and Belva for the welcome warm once again. So this is it. This is the moment that you've been waiting for. After months of preparing to pitch your business idea, this is the time. I'm very excited myself, and it's so our grand jury.
Yes, of course. And this grand jury, they will decide who will be crowned the first champion of Ruangguru Business Innovation Challenge. The chosen team will be awarded a trip to the United States and a total cash prize of 25 million rupiah. Wow, so exciting, right? So let's see our jury members. Alright, as mentioned, today we will be having 6 incredible teams who will pitch their innovative attack businesses. So, let's take a look at their profiles.
We've seen all the finalist team. We'd like to quickly brief the finalists of the technicalities of the pitching sessions. So, in a few minutes, each of you will enter your individual team rooms, and once it is your turn to pitch, you will be invited to the main stage room, and you will be responsible to share and present your own team's deck.
Yes, and once you begin your pitch, you will have 7 minutes to deliver the entirety of your presentations. You will then be answering questions from our founders and one of the VP for 13 minutes. After the Q&A session has expired, the presenting team is required to enter the base stage room. The next team will then be invited to the main stage. Okay, and with that being said, all the teams may now enter their individual breakout rooms and wait for your turn to pitch. The first team to present is Checkmate. Best of luck for you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here from Checkmate to help you find your who. Do you know that 40.5 million Indonesians are deaf and hard of hearing? It's even expected to be 5 times higher by 2050. And so, meet Bella as one of them. Unfortunately, people like Bella are still denied equal access to personalized higher education, resulting in a widening disability employment gap. Indonesian laws have mandated inclusive education since 2016, and we think there must be a better way now. What if I told you Ruangguru is the solution? But what about the profit? How about we give you both? Do you know there is a business model that is expected to capture a lifetime sales of 487 billion by 2025? Also, as user loyalty grows, the cost of customer acquisition drops by 70% by 2025, paying you back in just 3 years. Imagine having the privilege to serve this attractive market of nearly 400K students, while many of whom were deaf and HOH. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Edu, an inclusive higher education where every journey is unique. Now, you can experience Edu yourself by scanning the QR code in front of you. Edu equips you with in-demand skills based on the company you choose. So people like Bella can find their passion, skills, and the chance to work with their dream companies. And most importantly, it is deaf and HOH family. So why Edu? It's 3P: profitable, purposeful, powerful. With Edu, Ruangguru will gain a pioneer advantage in a growing market. Also, by improving the quality and quantity of deaf students, we can make a real difference. How? Well, we know that deaf students have difficulty communicating with others. But what if Bella's condition doesn't become her limitation? That's where our sign language assistant by Eva comes in. In real time, it converts any text, sound, or video into sign language that Bella understands. So, who's Eva? Our educative virtual assistant. Eva uses deep learning AI to match Bella's personality, interests, and goals to the Edu course that best fits her. And that's solving impersonal education. We also have Eva House, where students can ask away their curiosity. The relevant expert will answer in just 15 to 30 minutes, and you'll be able to track their progress. We provide text-based assistant as a preferred form of communication for deaf students like Bella. Now that Bella's ready, Shell, could you help Bella start her journey?
Sure thing, Ruth. According to Eva, Bella personality fits with Gojek Finance Department the most. Now, Edu provides her with the relevant skill modules based on our collaboration with said company. Frankly, half of the fresh graduates' unemployment is because they lack company-relevant skills. That's why, here, she will not only gain the skills, but also a community. Bella can chat, network, and join events to ensure that she is not alone. After knowing her course, we help Bella with our learning methods called Edu: educate, discover, and upgrade. First, we provide closed captioning and sign language interpreters in every course, as these features help deaf students to better understand the material. Second, let's discover our knowledge through interactive quizzes. With branch manager technology, we simulate how each decision has different consequences. Designed like real life, this will better prepare the student. With H5P, you also get to type in and click your answer. Do you notice? These quizzes are full of visuals, which help the hearing impaired who rely heavily on visual cues. Don't worry, Bella can also change location to sign language mode. After finishing her course, Bella can upgrade her skills by taking adaptive exam. Here, each question's difficulty depends on how well you answer the previous one. Designed for deaf students, we provide time recalls in between due to literacy delays experienced by most of them. Wow, Bella just got her recommendation letter from Ruangguru. How? Well, she scored in the 90th percentile, and that's Edu's learning flow. Amazing, right? But Shelin, does Edu stop there?
Edu still has one thing to offer, Michelle. Dedicated to closing the disability employment gap, we hold internship opportunity championship every 6 months. Deaf students will compete in case studies to win the top 10. Just like that, Bella and her friends get exclusive internship interviews at the companies they compete in. But it's up to them to excel in the interview based on the skills they gain at Edu. To give deaf students opportunities, not by looking at what they haven't yet achieved, but by the skills they offer. Now that you know what we offer, what's next is our go-to-market strategy. Ruangguru is the one in charge of Edu development, but we can deny we need help. Those come from company partners, the Indonesian government, and other third parties. In terms of pricing, we have two options. The regular semester cost is 400K. We do, however, provide financial aid to our scholars on a limited basis based on the essays they write. The scholarship has 4 levels, with the highest level receiving edu for free. This is our effort to provide equal access to all. Our marketing campaigns have 2 touch points, cognitive and effective. Cognitive-wise, Surya Sahetapi, a well-known deaf activist, will be our goal to raise edu awareness among the deaf community. We'll also launch Edu Goes to School, an edu fair aimed at deaf high schoolers to show how edu is created just for them. Effective-wise, we have video advertising highlighting the contrast in education between deaf and non-deaf students, implicitly showing how edu is the solution. It's only 30 seconds, but it will tug your heartstrings. After hearing about edu, do you wish to contribute? Well, you certainly can. You simply find Bridge the Gap machine. Whoa, what's that? Bridge the Gap machine is like a vending machine. It's placed in high-traffic malls throughout Jabodetabek, bringing a high level of awareness to edu. What's amazing is you can swap your e-money card at the center of our machine, and with just 5K per swipe, you've just helped to bridge the gap between deaf and hearing students. So, what are you waiting for?
Let's make a difference.
And find your who with edu. Thank you.
All right, thank you Team Checkmate for the presentations. Now to Iman, Belva, and Dila, you guys have 13 minutes to ask questions to the team. All right, so who goes first?
Hi, hello team Checkmate. Right, okay. So can you clarify, so this is going to be sold as a separate package? And what do they get in return? So you have the EVA, which is the personal assistant, and then will you have specialized content for the deaf community as well, or will it still follow whatever content that we have and no additional content?
Okay, thank you for the question. So I will try to answer it. So our regular cost is about 400K. It will be either regular cost or scholarship cost, but they will get the same benefit. So the first one, they will get sign language assistant. It's for all of them. And after they will have EVA, of course, as their assistant in finding the course that best fits them. They will also get the courses and then the branching videos for quizzes and then the exam itself, and also the opportunity to get into an internship in said company. So they will get everything on that. So the regular cost about 400K, it's for per semester.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay, I think a follow-up question to that. I think like an app, by definition, I think it's already more friendly to the deaf community than in an offline setting. Why? Because there's a lot of these texts, right, that will guide them. So they can go to math, they can go to biology, and everything has like a text. Even in the video itself, there's subtitle, right? So the deaf community can still follow what's being taught. How do you think this will be different from our current offering? Because our current offering, for example, already have that subtitle. We also have the timeline of what's going to be learned in that particular video, right? And all the navigations are already text-based.
Okay, so I will try to answer the question. So for the first one, I think our main features is the sign language assistant. For now, I think there aren't any that will help them to communicate with non-deaf students, for example. So this works kind of like a Google Translate, but instead of translating one language to another language, it kind of translates non-deaf language, for example, English or Indonesian, into a sign language. And it translated in a real time. So it kind of really helps the deaf students to communicate without barriers. And the second one, we are dedicated to closing the disability employment gap, because right now there are about 40.27 million, a difference between the employment of non-deaf students and deaf students. And to give you a sense, it's actually the size amount of the population in Iraq. So it's really a lot and a lost opportunity for Indonesia itself. And we provide this internship opportunity championship only for deaf students to bridge that gap. And also we provide closed captioning and sign language in every course. And maybe my friends would like to add more.
Okay.
So I want to add some statements to Ruth's answer. We also provide infinite rewards for every course because we know that our deaf friend usually miss something when they learn. So they can rewind the video infinitely to them for learn again. And we gave a branch manager technology for them to personalize the question so they better understand the question. And then we also provide time recalls for quizzes for deaf to overcome their literacy delays. We also provide community for them to talk to a friend and for them to feel like they belong to something. And however, some features can be also enjoyed by the non-deaf. However, those supporting features that we are stated before also needed for the deaf to better learn to increase their life quality in the future.
Got it. Okay. Okay, is there anyone else?
So again, thank you so much for your pitches, and I really appreciate that you're also preparing a mock-up for this. So it helps me to understand a little bit more about your products and designs. A plus point for that. But I think I want to step back a little bit on the idea, right? Because you primarily focus, and if you're thinking about your unique selling proposition, is specifically targeted for the deaf and hard of hearing communities, right? Is there a particular reason why, instead of thinking that way, like why not basically targeting to the mass market, but making your products friendly to the deaf and HOH communities, so that you will appeal to a lot bigger audience and therefore will be able to attract to larger market size?
Okay, thank you for the question. I will try to answer it. So the first reason is because we don't really see apple to apple competitors, especially in Indonesia right now. So it's kind of like a opportunity that can be reached by Ruangguru if we are able to do this and implement edu. And the second one is, I think from the social side, I think we see that this is a problem that should be solved since 2016, as I said before in the pitch, is that Indonesian laws actually have mandated an inclusive education, especially for people with disabilities. But we don't see any real change as what it was back. So we kind of wanted to help to solve that problem. And we do believe by implement edu, we will actually build a more good quality of human resource in Indonesia that will ultimately build Indonesia itself. Maybe my friends would like to add more.
Okay, so our products offer more than just a profit. Our products is more than just a business model. Ruangguru actually can contribute to the society by helping those who are deaf that has been a problem to our society that hasn't been solved yet. And we want to be the part of the solution. I think Michelle wanted to add some more.
I think Ruth's and Shalin answer is complete enough. So that's the answer from our team. Thank you, Kak.
And one more thing on your financial projections, right? I think you put it there that that you think that the business will be profitable since the launch. Is there any particular reason why you design it that way, or you project it that way?
Okay, so yes, it is profitable since the launching period, but that doesn't mean that you get the payback in that first period. So the net income is positive, but it still kind of cover up the previous initial costs. Does that answer your question?
What is the rationale behind it?
Okay, so first of all, from the revenue itself, we actually do a marketizing. We kind of see like the deaf population in Indonesia is about 40.5, and the population in Indonesia itself about 2070. So we kind of divide it. So, oh yeah, okay, we kind of assume that is 15% of Indonesian population that is deaf and hard of hearing. After that, we kind multiply it by the amount of higher education students right now. It is from the data from Dikti, and after actually interested in going to higher education, which one actually has internet access and also maybe a smartphone, because they will kind of need to have that to access Ruangguru app, right? And after that, we kind of multiply it again by the market share. We actually have a pretty conservative projection because we just wanted that the worst scenario, we actually have market share of 14.5% in the third year. So does that answer your question?
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can I ask a questions and say something a bit? Okay, so first of all, thank you so much for everything. I see that you guys have well rehearsed and then prepared the deck and then also the mock-up and everything. I can see that there's a lot of effort you have put into it, so really appreciate it. I have several questions though. Looking at the price that you offered, right, is about 400,000 rupiah per semester. It is roughly the exact same price that we currently have for Ruang Belajar, which is our K-12 students, which is it is targeting for the mass market. So I'm just wondering, have you looking at the overall cost and whether this 400,000 rupiah is the right amount for the subscription? And yeah, I know that this is like to do the impact, to give the impact to the society, but do you think we are going to make loss by building this product, or yeah, what do you think about it? Because in terms of like subscription fee, and then we also giving a lot of scholarship, it does sounds like it is cheaper than our main product that is actually targeting the mass. That's number one. And then number two, in your proposals you have an internship program, right, for the target market, which is the deaf community into some companies. How do you plan to onboard the companies into the program? Yeah.
Okay, so
Those are my two questions. Yes.
okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Kat. Thank you, Kat. Okay, so I will try to answer the first one. So the reason why we chose that price, we actually kind of like benchmark it with Skill Academy by Ruangguru. They're about like 700 to 1 million, yeah. But we kind of like we want it to be more accessible, because we kind of see like that population, actually the distribution of that population is more dominated on the low to middle income. So we kind of want it to be more affordable for them. And as for the scholarship itself, we actually don't lose our revenue because of that, because it kind of, in a sense that the government subsidy and also the subsidy from company partner CSR fund will actually cover the cost of us giving out the scholarship. And after that, we actually saw like how many monthly expenses that our population actually spend each month, I'm sorry. And we see that actually the cost of our course is only 1 to 5% of their monthly expense. So we think it's affordable enough, but at the same time, it will generate a great revenue for Ruangguru. Maybe my friends would like to add more for the second question.
Okay, for the second question. Wait.
Right. Hello guys, I'm sorry, but the time for the Q&A session has now expired. So thank you so much, Jury, for the questions, and thank you to the team for answering all the questions.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ruth, Michelle.
Thank you, Kat.
Thank you,
Thank
no
you, Kat.
worries. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the team may now enter the backstage room, please.
Okay, thank you. In a few minutes, we will be welcoming the second team, BTW Inc., to pitch their business innovations. Best of luck. Please.
day that my team have been looking forward for the last 4 months. And we want to start this presentation with a personal story. Last year, I watched my sister apply to business school overseas. It is the most heartbreaking time because I've seen her fail her scholarship admission. This is even more heartbreaking because her boss said she would be easily accepted to Harvard Business School due to her significant performance. We both had no idea that the process could be so time-consuming and tiring. With being a full-time employee, she started in the disband to the best. Dedicating this innovation for millions of hardworking older sisters out there, the situation became our fundamental concern. First, we found that average spending in preparing for grad school admission goes up to 15 million rupiah, and the average journey time goes to 15 hours, which links to two fundamental problems, price and time. We also found that lack of guidance is one of the big 3 pain points. This is reported to LPDP's annual report that most LPDP applicants fail in the interview phase, which insinuates there needs to be further guidance to help them ace their interview. Well, why bring this up now? What's the urgency? Well, we found out in 2020 there's a 500% surge of registered students in grad school in Indonesia. We have also conducted a survey to test the public awareness of grad school. Turns out 6 out of 7 undergraduate students are interested in pursuing postgraduate studies. It raised the status quo that grad school has become a trend amongst the public and has massive potential in setting a new era in Indonesia's education. With that being said, we believe that Bermuda can solve those problems. Bermuda is an app-based platform specifically tailored to guide those who want to admit themselves to grad school by guiding their end-to-end process.
Through Bermuda, we offer products that are up to 30% lower than available market prices. We also help students to cut the average journey time in admission preparation up to 20 times than the current situation. And we tailor this product so that we can help them prepare the graduate school admission process from start to finish. The reason being our choice of market is because we found the market for third-year students in Indonesia is promising. The situation in COVID-19 that established 200% growth in daily user in EdTech Indonesia. We are optimistic of post-COVID-19 EdTech in Indonesia. We calculated there are up to 6 million people with bachelor degree in Indonesia that can be our potential market. We narrow it and came to the conclusion of 5 million people of our market share. Now, to help you to understand what are we trying to propose, we made a video demo for you to enjoy.
This is Anna. She is currently trying to pursue postgraduate studies, but it is definitely a complicated process to admit herself to one. Until she found Bermuda. She's a lot more productive these days. With Bermuda Belajar, she can practice her GMAT test and review her previous answer. Anna can also review her answer through text and video-based discussion. Between her breaks, she can also review her previous scores and compare her score to her targeted school. This makes her have steady momentum in preparing. Bermuda Belajar also gives her accessibility to connect with local test centers and help her book her test. Oops! Today is the day to turn in her documents for admission process. Thanks to Educate, she doesn't miss the deadline. Educate helps you explore your desired graduate school admission and your favorite scholarship program. Then, personalize it for you to track your progress, project your tuition fee, plan your to-do list, and lets you elaborate your study plan through our calendar feature. Now, the documents are done faster. One little extra mile to take is do a scholarship mentoring. Thank God, Bermuda Mentoring is here to save the day. She can just book for the 5-on-1 class with her favorite mentor. Book your mentor, proceed with payment successful, and there will be an email from Bermuda that includes the link for the class WhatsApp group. It really is easier to get things done with Bermuda. With Bermuda, you can prepare your graduate admission process in 15 minutes. Even when you are unfamiliar with Bermuda, you can just access Bermuda Advisor, our friendly help center, to help you use our products with whatever you need. Bermuda, your key solution to graduate preparation.
After the demo, let's dive into Bermuda key differentiation. Bermuda is here to prioritize efficiency and effectiveness, considering that we are valuing your time. And we don't want you to be confused about the training in pursuing your dream university or scholarship. In contrast to other platforms, Bermuda, you can practice various types of exercise in one platform. When we want to do mentoring, we want to directly do mentoring without the need to be complicated requirement to our other steps. Through Bermuda, you will be more quickly meet the mentor of your choice through our one-click payment and systematic booking system. Last but not least, Existing market only provides scholarship information. As seen on the slide, the people who need more guidance have to pay up to 20 million rupiah for guidance services. With Edugate, you can have a free and easy. Edugate will track and organize your progress and deadline so you can have for a free personalized organizing tool for your admission process.
So easily, you don't need to focus on the preparation process so that the energy is drained there. With the ease of features over, in just 15 minutes, you can immediately focus on learning and practicing. Suppose we compare in a more structured manner with other platforms. We are the most convenient and affordable platform regarding price, the effort required, time flexibility, and guidance rate. If we make a business school 101 graph with a little twist on other platforms such as Manhattan Review and Kaplan, they have a very high price and are quite confusing to use. Or Magoose, which has a low price but is also difficult to use. We don't want to do either of those things. We want to make a leapfrog product that is easy to use at an affordable price. So Bermuda is here. Our go-to-market focus on launching, scale, and retaining, as our primary users will be people with bachelor degree and undergraduate students in Indonesia who want to build our market presence heavily targeting universities and use KOL to increase presence in the heart of students and millennials. To extend our customer lifetime journey, we will also approach third semester and fifth semester students, especially those with cum laude potential, to join our CSR programs that connect students with sponsors for their funding plan. After building our market presence, we're also going to scale through various brand activation programs and CSR programs. And to retain our user, our main strategies is making promotional offers and creating Bermuda community to attract ex-users who are successful in applying for grad school to become our mentor for Bermuda mentoring and CSR program. We are confident that we will have a total download of 55,000 by 2024, with user growth of 30% every month. With our calculation, we projected that we will receive net revenue of nearly 24 billion rupiah in 2024.
We believe through Bermuda, we can give substantial impact to Indonesia territory student development. And to achieve those dreams, we believe the saying of teamwork makes the dream works. Hence, me, Wulan, and Brigitta as a core team can make this dream work. Thank you for your time and attention. Bermuda for higher education. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I think I really want to applaud for all the preparations that you have done. I think it seems that you have prepared a lot, and the videos and the the designs looks actually very polished to me. I really like the user experience. So kudos on that. I have a questions. I think I have a question regarding your pricing point, right? How are you thinking about I don't know whether you have done the calculations or not, but how are you thinking basically about the margin, and what will be basically the primary cost to the services? And I know it's depending on which service that you're offering, but which one do you think that will be the most popular one, and how are you basically thinking about the cost and the margin for that one, I guess?
Okay, thank you, Kak Iman, for your question. So yes, basically our price is lower than the market prices. And about the margin or the other stuff, the tax we already concluded, and we believe that from that margin, the most favorite feature that from the Bermuda is gonna be the Bermuda mentoring and Bermuda Belajar itself. And the Edugate is played as the support system, because we that's why we plan it as a free. They can get the free Bermuda Edugate because it played as a support system that gonna enhance the customer or the user for us. They're gonna use the Bermuda services.
Go ahead, Arman. Yeah.
Okay, sure. I have a few questions. So first on the pricing, right? Because you said you want to make it affordable. But affordable doesn't always mean good, because you only have a limited market share. Market size. And I'm looking at your projection. It's actually, even after like 2-3 years, then your revenue is only like 20-something billion, right? So why are you pricing it that way, right? Because if I understand the market of the people who wants to go under postgraduate, they're actually willing to pay more than that. And what are you trying to make it offering actually at a lower price? So why that decision? I think then the second question is I also went to masters. I've gone through the process of applying for postgraduate school, right? The one thing that people would pick like one provider versus the other is the trust, right? And like the people say like, okay, If you study with Kaplan or Manhattan Review, then they've gone through all this process. They have all the problem sets from like history and so on and so forth, right? So how can you compete with that, especially in the beginning of the years?
Okay, so I'd like to answer this question from Arman because, as you mentioned, Manhattan and Kaplan actually offer services, tutoring services with set schedule, and we want to attract users that have inflexibility in time. So we want to give products that offer flexible study plan, hence that we give Bermuda Belajar as one of our main features because it has online question banks.
Okay, to add up from Arman question, why we choose that kind of number? Because we have our user persona, and one of our user persona is Gaby, where she was a professional worker, and she said that although she already a professional, but she have the limited payment to pay for the scholarship admission, master scholarship admission, and out there, especially let's say scooters of our market competitor in Indonesia market, they charge a lot of rupiah, up to 20 million rupiah. So our price doesn't get higher as that, but it's not as really cheap. So I think the price that we already set up is based on our user persona.
Okay. Alpha, any questions?
I have
please go ahead.
Yeah, I have one more question. If you think about this business, right, what will be like let's just assume if this business basically doesn't work, what will be the main or primary reason for that to be not working?
Thank you, Kaiman, for your question. We believe that the primary reason why this business doesn't working because the awareness from Indonesian student itself about the importance of master degree program. We already done our research that let's say our main purposes in this Bermuda, others than we try to higher education in Indonesia, get the number higher than the behind that. But we want to add value to Indonesian people itself because we see the number that there is 92,000 workers from a foreign country that already work from Indonesia, and most of them having their master degree. They had a job in the higher company with higher job title. We in Indonesia itself, we believe in Bermuda, master gonna help Indonesian people to edit their value. But the main purposes of why if this business is going to fail is because the awareness. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. So, hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I have a question. So I think, so first of all, clarification. So for the GMAT and TOEFL preparation, you will do recorded videos, right?
Yes, the discussion will be in two types, the text-based and video-based discussion. Yes.
Okay, right. So I think like other players like Scouters and others, right? They use live sessions to do this as well, right? GMAT, TOEFL, and then advising sessions, right? And my question is, how do you think that this will play out, right? You opt to do pre-recorded, right, to prepare for such complex exams, right? Do you think that you can compete with pre-recorded videos? And you know that there are a lot of pre-recorded videos already, right, on YouTube and others which are free, right? How do you think that this will play out, and how do you win against competition? Because I think the whole business model rests on the idea that with pre-recorded model, it's still working and you can charge low. But this is going to win against live session.
Okay, thank you, Kabelva, for your question. So the main argument from Bermuda is this video-based learning gonna enhance by the live chat features. So after the users already done the video-based learning, they're still gonna have live chat features. They're gonna have a discussion with the teacher from Bermuda itself. And why we choose video-based learning? So there is three keywords that we choose in flexibility in time and personalized and personal tracker. That's our three keyword why you use video-based learning, because we see that based on our personal stories that there's a lot of let's say undergraduate or bachelor degree students, they want to go to the master degree, but they doesn't have time. So from that assumption, we believe that by video-based learning, and enhanced by the live chat feature, they can also get self-track and they can already learn by themselves rather than they need to set up the schedule from the platform itself. So that's our main assumption. Thank you.
Sorry, I want to challenge that idea, right, about self-learning. I mean, when I was applying for master's, I was also studying by myself, but I used books. But so your app is basically replacing books, right? But then like, but I think like the challenge for Indonesian students is also actually the guidance and the mentorship part itself, which is actually the more valuable part versus then replacing the books. Anybody can still, studying from books, and they can, manage their own schedules and so on and so forth, right? So how is your product actually going to help students, preparing better, if anyway they're doing it flexibly by themselves anyway?
Yes, thank you, Karman, for your question. So basically, our product is connected to each other. So if let's say they do their Bermuda Belajar, they do their GMAT, they do their TOEFL, they also get their live chat feature, right? But from there, they're gonna get Bermuda mentoring, right? And the more enhanced when they already done their training, they already get their mentor, they get the free feature from the EduGate. So as I said earlier, EduGate is gonna support the system from this product, because there are not a lot of there that give the personalized tracker, they give the reminding time, the deadline, because one of the major issue when we apply master degree in our busy schedule is we forget about the deadline, right? So the main key assumption is our product is linked to each other, so they are complete each other.
Okay, do we still have time for another question, or is there anyone else in the panel has a question?
I don't have any question here, but I think we still have one more question.
Okay, I think one more thing. By the way, I really like the presentation and the video, and I think the UI is also very good. So good job. So I think another question is when we think about this is a product that has no renewal, right? Because it's one time, right? And when the person gets in, whatever dream university he or she has, the person will not renew, right? So this is like a one-time purchase, right? Have you taken that into consideration in pricing? Because if we price it too low, right, then it's not going to be able to cover customer acquisition costs, right? So that's number one. And number two, related to that, right? How do you push down customer acquisition costs for this? How will you market this? How will you sell this, right, in a way that is as efficient as possible, given your lower pricing than competitors? Meaning that other competitors can spend much more than you guys per customer for marketing.
Okay, I would like to answer Belfa's question. The first thing to do for us to extend our customer lifetime would be establishing Bermuda community, which is that we attract ex-users that successfully apply to postgraduate studies to be our mentors and to be a part of our community. So we have our application, it actually have community, and also it also links to our CSR programs that attract third semester students and fifth semester students with cum laude potential to be in a part of our CSR program that would link them to a sponsor for their funding plan. So our first move to extend lifetime journey of the customer would be establishing Bermuda community.
And how do you market this? What marketing approaches will you do that you can do efficiently, since you have a much lower budget than your competitors?
Okay, thank you, Kak Belva, for your question. So about the market strategy, that we already have our targeted university when we said that in GTM we want to attract to 100 university, and we want to attract it hybrid system, online based and offline based. And the offline based gonna based in the large university, let's say in University of Indonesia, University of Gadjah Mada, University of Brawijaya, and so on. And online based gonna attract in the university outside the Java region, Java Island, right? So that's our main strategy. So we of course we cannot afford to do all offline based attraction. But our main strategy, and already Brigitta already said that we want to extend our customer life journey, right? So before, so we attract the student first, then student attract we first, right? That's why we go to the third semester student or the fifth semester student. So before they think about the going to the master degree, they already know us as the top POI when they want to apply for the master degree. Thank you.
Sorry guys, but the time has ended for the Q&A session. So this is very good discussions, but we need to move to the next team. So the BTW Inc., thank you. Please enter the backstage room.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, and in a few minutes, we will be welcoming our third team, that is Team Ad, to pitch their business innovations. So to Team Ad, best of luck for you guys.
Pandemi mengubah cara kita belajar. Semua menjadi serba digital. Namun, apakah menjadi lebih mudah atau justru menjadi tantangan?
Di sini saya kesulitan mencari sumber referensi yang berkaitan dengan materi kuliah saya.
Perpustakaan online masih menggunakan sistem peminjaman secara manual. Sedangkan lebih dari 500 universitas di Indonesia belum terfasilitasi dengan perpustakaan digital yang mumpuni. Kami menemui salah satu penerbit buku akademis internasional Pearson Education. Kami mengetahui bahwa pandemi sangat berdampak pada penjualan buku fisik, sehingga langkah digitalisasi cara mengakses buku melalui sistem berlangganan sudah tidak terhindarkan. Di lain sisi, meningkatnya kebutuhan memperoleh buku secara online membuat penerbit buku justru lebih rentan mengalami pembajakan secara digital.
Tapi apakah misalnya alasannya bahwa nanti masyarakat dapat buku murah dong? Bisa jadi iya, tapi kan kemudian ekosistemnya bukunya hancur.
Pembajakan bukanlah hal baru di Indonesia. Namun, jika kondisi ini tidak terselesaikan, maka kesehatan industri perbukuan pendidikan di Indonesia akan terkorbankan. Sudah saatnya tercipta ekosistem yang sehat bagi pembelajar dan penyedia materi pembelajaran pendidikan formal. Kondisi ini menyimpan tantangan dan sejuta peluang. Apa yang dapat kita lakukan?
This situation moves us. Accessing illegal copies of academic books on the internet since we are forced to learn independently due to the pandemic seems to be a small problem. But indeed, behind that, there's more than 7 million of Indonesian students' education and the book industry continuity that needs to keep alive. Therefore, this problem is worth solving. We saw tremendous opportunities by targeting Indonesia's extensive higher education market with 13.2 trillion rupiahs annual revenue potential. Inside that, there's a 48 billion rupiahs worth SOM market of selected university students in Java. The increasing edtech app penetration supports this by more than 300% that is supercharged by COVID-19. Indonesian students face the inaccessibility of quality educational resource that leads to unequal learning opportunities. Meanwhile, publishers and educators urgently reach students in the digital environment. If I can illustrate, it's like there is a gap between students who need resources and publishers who need to reach students. And we saw huge opportunities to solve many problems to close this gap. There needs to be an ecosystem that incentivizes students to learn and motivates educators to contribute more through work with proper rewards. How? By connecting publishers and educators and students in one platform. We aim to democratize educational resources for students to learn, share, and exchange knowledge with their fellow across Indonesia. Therefore, at this moment, we present you Team Ed.
We try to be a bridge for students from all over Indonesia as the Spotify-like for educations by providing 4 features. The first one is library streaming apps. The second one is syllabus and learning plan. The third one, we also provide all the learning materials in 3 different formats, such as PPT, PDF, and also podcasts. Last but not least, we also allow educators to be our content creators, and they can easily to monetize their content. We believe by providing those kind of features, we can help to create the future educations in Indonesia that is more accessible and inclusive. Team Ed provides a simple user journey to streamline the process of content creators monetizing their content and also students to discover and consume the content. For the revenue model, we offer a freemium model along with the paid subscription packages to tap both B2B and B2C segment. We will focus in doing partnership with many universities in Indonesia, especially for those who do not have a good digital library facilities. In addition, freemium system to a revenue stream to the B2B and B2C segments are very, very affordable. And the price is, of course, designed for the student itself. On the other hand, we also provide a free user, but they have to limited access for accessing the materials. And also, there will be an advertisement when appear for accessing the materials itself.
The financial projection, our business expects to acquire 3.5 million users in 2026 and will book 571 billion gross revenue with a 37% EBITDA margin. We provide financial projection expect 124.70% and 1.6 years. We'll be focusing on several digital business and B2B partnership in 4 phases in 2022. Sentiment building in the first quarter, market education and awareness in the second quarter, product launch in the third quarter, and amplification in the fourth quarter. Our model is a proven model globally as comparables in more major markets have been backed by reputable investors. In addition, competing with a few existing study document exchange platform that rely on user upload, we could provide better service by maintaining an official partnership with publisher and scincing it with formal education curriculums. We believe this app will be a huge opportunity to compete with the competitors, and Team App could be the leading education e-library streaming apps from Indonesia to compete globally.
Therefore, it's an honor to present this area to the leading edtech company that is deeply dedicated to Indonesia's education development, Ruangguru.
Together, let's make future Indonesia's education that is more accessible and inclusive.
Team App,
your study buddy.
Yeah, good job. I really like your presentations on this. So kudos, and I like the videos in the beginning where you explain the context a little bit about the problems. It helps me to empathize more with the problem that you are pitching. Quick question. Well, I understand about the problem, but this is also a very competitive space. I mean, there are a lot of players, both globally and also locally, who have been in this space. Can you elaborate further on what would be your unique differences compared to all of them? What will be your competitive advantage compared to the existing players?
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Kak Isman. Team Ad, digital access of quality educational content for students to the Spotify-like e-library, specialists the ease the discovery process for students to find the learning materials. We still see that there are so many space for our market because we will become the first or few players will become the bridge for publishers to students directly. What we have saw from our previous searching, and we actually have mentioned that we met with Pearson Education, and we know that this kind of business model actually haven't been practiced in Indonesia. Usually the providers of this kind of service usually just back it on US and UK. And we saw that if one kind of a big publishers like Pearson saw that this could be a good opportunity for Indonesia, and I think we need to prioritize to execute this. And others, what makes us different is like we prioritizing to do partnership with B2B, or we could call university, because our content will be synced with syllabus. That means it will help us to become one or few players that have been doing in making a syllabus and learning plan synchronized with materials in learning. And we see that the current existing solution like digital library actually still using if one person borrow book from others, they could borrow each for anybody else. That means that still conventional. And how about the other student exchange platforms? They are not local, and actually the content is still limited and really relying on user uploads. Therefore, we still see that so many space that we could develop and becoming our competitive advantage.
So I have questions. So from your personal experience as university students, how much money do you spend a month or a year to acquire the textbooks at the moment?
All right. Thank you very much for the questions. Let me answer the question itself. So first of all, I usually to buy a book, it's around 500K for each semester, and sometimes it's beyond in 1 million per semester. So that's why we offer a freemium model, and we offer 30,000 is already fit in with the willingness to pay for the students itself.
$30,000 per month, right? 30,000 per month.
Yes.
Yes, subscription
for
model.
the subscription model itself in our application.
So it doesn't necessarily cheaper, I think, right? Because 30,000 times 12 is about 3 million. And then you talked about 5,000, so 500 to 1 million per semester. You multiply that by 2, we'll get to about 2 million.
Novan mentioned that he would spend 500K until 1 million for 1 semesters, but we cut that 30,000 multiplying by 12 months will be only 48K for a year.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry, my bad on my math. Sorry, you're right.
Okay, so thank you for that presentation. I really enjoyed that. And the UI I think was very good, and there's a lot of effort that you put into this, which is great. So thank you. So I think my question is one. I think the challenge with this marketplace model is you need to convince the publishers, right, that they want to list with you, right? And the problem is for those books that are actually already getting a lot of sales, they might not want to be with you, right? Because they can sell those books anyway, right? And you will be left out with a lot of books that are not selling on the market, right? So how do you solve this? Like, how do you convince these publishers to eventually publish with you, right? Because first of all, I'm not sure how much commission they get, right? And will that be lower or the same or higher than what they will normally get, right? What is your overall strategy to convince these publishers, right? Because that's what happens with, I think, Netflix and Spotify and others too, right? I mean, if there's going to be a new entrant in the music, like that's already dominated by Apple Music and Spotify, they will say, why would I want to list with you, right? So that's that chicken and egg problem. And even Netflix ended up needing to publish their own movies, right? Create their own movies. So how do you solve this problem?
Okay, thank you very much, Kak Belva, for the question. I'll try to answer that, and maybe my friends can add. Okay, actually, I will confirm again the questions. First is how we try to convince the publishers to become our partners. The second, how we'll entry the market that actually this kind of business model, like in Spotify and Netflix, is proven that they need to take much more time to get profit, isn't it? That's your being concerns, Kak Belva.
And they need to produce their own content eventually, because like for example, Disney won't list their movies with them, for example, on Netflix, right? So you are really dependent on these publishers wanting to list their books on your platform. And how do you solve that?
Okay, thank you very much. First, I'll answer the first question is how will we try to convince our publishers. Actually, that's why we make a meeting with Pearson Education to know what actually their minimum agreements and what actually their standards. And we saw that actually this kind of business model, like I already mentioned, is already existing in US and UK. And they set a quite high minimum requirements for kind of service like this to become their partner. And we are actually already being mentored by one of head of sales in Ruangguru. Thank you for that. And we know that we could reach that kind of higher publishers, but of course, with certain time and process that we should need to, and how to do that. We actually have set the building blocks for that. On the first quarter, we will focusing to try to convince one of faculties and our closest communities. We actually planned, because we are came from Universitas Indonesia, we know that there are publishers also in Universitas Indonesia, named Karya Salemba 4, that we can try from first step is to reach them. And actually, there are an opportunity from being a students there to become backed by UI, and actually we can try to convince the other PTN or state university closest to UI connecting our network. And from that, we will try to expand, and actually in our projection, we try to become to partner with higher publishers, and while our technology and our credibility have risen in the third year operation. So I might say, of course, I'm a rational person. We know if we think rationally, it's hard to get the credibility in a very short time, but we know and we have planned how to reach that. And second, for the question of, is this business model really profiting in the long run, like what Spotify and Netflix have done? Actually, we also have been doing some research on that. From what I've learned, Spotify, even though they're becoming the #1 platform music streaming apps in the world, they haven't providing. Because why? If they want to produce or they want to delivering their service, they need a third party, names, label, and anything. Same goes with Netflix, but they try to make their own content to try to lowering their cost, and we are concerned about that. Therefore, and from publishers, but we also allow educators to monetize their own content in our platforms. Like you can imagine, like some content creators like Kok Bisa or Hujan Tanda Tanya in YouTube make their own content in our platforms. And it's like we actually open more on more, and therefore it was of our objective to become a safe environment. And it's like how to make our platform becoming a place for educators to also try to developing Indonesian content education. And actually we also planning in the long run to focusing and balancing our content between the publishers and on educators to make balancing the profit, also maintaining another business development models like providing LMS. That's it.
And perhaps I'm going to add some information, Kak Belva, for the first questions. We would like to convince the publisher staff by telling to them how big or how huge our market is, because we saw that there's a lot of non-reputable university. I mean, like my university and State University of Jakarta, and also in other university, they don't have any opportunities for doing partnership with a good publisher in Indonesia. So I think if we can sell this platform to them, we can sell to how huge our market is, so they can reach the market a lot more than before, and also that it will be impactful to their revenue itself. I think I would like to add those kind of informations.
I want to add again, from our conversation with Pearson, we actually learning how they reach every universities in their market target to get their book on our university library. And it takes so much effort to meet university stakeholders with the bureaucracy and anything. And actually, we saw the opportunity to cut that process for publishers. So it's like creating a marketplace for them to reach Indonesia huge market potential.
Okay, as an additional clarification, so you are going to cover all types of books or just textbooks, or will you cover fiction as well, or what's your strategy in your assortment of books?
Okay, I'll try to answer again, and maybe my friends could add. Actually, we will focusing on higher education content, learning materials, because we know that we see that like any they actually have their own platforms to become.
Also, I think it's quite difficult to hear you.
The sound broke
the last 5 seconds. So can you repeat?
We cannot hear you. Perhaps you can use your friend's microphone. I think it works better.
Test. Is it working?
Yeah, that's
yeah,
right.
working, yes.
Okay, thank you. Answer the question. We'll be focusing on higher education learning materials because we know we have done some research with a fiction market, fiction and non-fiction book like Gramedia and Mizan. They actually have their own marketplace recently, knowing that pandemic has hit them so hard. So therefore, we see that education is. I'm not saying that fiction is not urgent, but education in Indonesia, we need to. I think we know we are in the education field, and we know that education is more urgent, and we see that not many players have been there. So we will focusing on higher education market.
Do you think that somebody like Pearson would want to list their books with you and any other foreign publishers? And why would they want to do that?
Okay, thank you, Kak Belva, for the question. Actually, like I have mentioned before, they set kind of a minimum agreement that they say that they will revising more on how the market possibility, and second is the technology feasibility, and how safe is it, and anything that are related to engineering. And therefore, like I have mentioned before, we know that we will try to aiming more smaller publishers under IKAPI that in Indonesia, that therefore we try to entering market that need this book. Actually, we saw also in our university, we are actually combining book from Indonesia and book from foreign, because we know that if you learn about Indonesia, I'm management students, we should know understand local context of a business, right? So we try to entering that market first, the local publishers, and by the time we will ensuring our technology developed and securing our systems, and that's creating market credibility, that in we actually projected that in third until 5 years operation we could acquire higher publishers that came from foreign. So yeah, that's how we'll answer your question, Kak Belva.
Got it. Okay. Is there anyone on the panel who has more questions?
Hello, everyone. I know it is a great discussion, but I'm really sorry the time is already
okay.
up. Thank you so much for the questions.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much, Team Ed.
Thank you
Very
so
good
much, Kak
presentation.
Belva, Kak Iman.
Thank you.
It's
Thank
really
you.
honored to meet
It's
you.
such an honor for all of us to present to all of you.
All right.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Team Ed, for the presentations. Now, please enter the backstage room.
Okay, in a few minutes, we'll be welcoming the next team, Tiffany's, to pitch their business innovations. Good luck.
Good morning, honorable judges and audiences. Team Tiffany's today will be taking all of you on a transforming journey of EduTech. So buckle up. Before we start our journey, let's meet Nathan, a chemical engineering state university undergrad in Indonesia who has always dreamed of being a world-renowned engineer and working at a notable multinational company. Oh, look how passionate Nathan is, right? However, something is blocking Nathan's road. The limited access to laboratories has lowered Nathan's ability to implement theoretical knowledge into action. As STEM is a knowledge of practice, these shortcomings has lowered his skill set, making it harder for Nathan to compete with global talents. Moreover, Nathan has to pay a very expensive amount to access laboratories.
Oh no, poor Nathan.
That's right, and turns out Nathan is not the only one. Today, 2.3 million STEM undergraduates in Indonesia are facing the same struggles as Nathan. 2 out of 3 STEM undergraduates feel troubled because their laboratory access is limited and it is affecting their understanding of both theoretical and practical knowledge. Thus, 94% of them felt the urgent need for a virtual 3D lab with gamification features. This problem is arousing because of the quality of traditional labs today. They are expensive, boring, and repetitive. They are also very limited in terms of equipment and access and are highly time constrained as they are accessible only during work hours, not to mention the high-risk environment it provides. The quality of traditional labs in Indonesia today impacts the ability to integrate practical and theoretical STEM knowledge. That is also why Indonesia is ranking very low on today, ranked 71 out of 77, which means that Indonesia's talent in STEM field is currently way below the average of global talents, therefore affecting universities' accreditation and may present their graduates in a poor light. Therefore, STEM undergraduates need limitless access, adequate equipment, and a risk-free environment to ensure comprehensive theoretical and practical knowledge that leverage the capability to compete in the global job market competition.
Now, to answer this problem, we present to you Ruang Lab, an immersive, interactive, and realistic virtual lab that lets you perform experiments in an entertaining and risk-free environment. Our prototype has been tested by various users and given positive feedback, so scan our barcode and experience it for yourself. The Ruang Lab is integrated into Indonesian University's learning management system, and each university will get their own domain. Students can interact with their classmates to discuss and collaborate together, monitor their progress, assignments, and their grades, and even browse lab courses that are not usually available if they are not enrolled in a specific major. Ruang Lab trains students to increase their learning outcomes. They will be assessed to ensure their understanding of their behavioral data will be used for AI feedback to make adjustments that help cater to students with different needs. This also allows teachers to save time grading and easily track the students' progress. Now, let's take a peek into Ruang Lab simulations.
Hi, welcome to Ruang Lab.
So, this is the onboarding view of Ruang Lab's virtual reality experience. And, Rula, introduce yourself.
I'm Rula, your AI helper.
That before was Ruang Lab's AI helper, Rula. And over here is the video module where students can learn the module before entering the lab. And here's the lab items list that will be used inside the lab. So, what's next, Rula? Let's
Press
go.
the play button to start. Welcome to the chemistry lab. Make sure you explore as much as possible in this whole
Thanks
new
for the
lab
introduction, Rula.
experience.
So here we can operate the lab seamlessly without worries of making mistakes and try out cutting-edge lab equipments. You can explore as much as possible by the help of Rula. And of course, you can have a lot of fun in this lab. So any last words, Rula?
It's all good, Tim. Thanks for stopping by. My name is Rula.
Thanks,
See
Rula.
you in the next module.
Back to you, Biza.
Ruang Lab ensures that the students understand concepts and theories and master difficult laboratory techniques step by step, since science labs can be an overwhelming and dangerous place if our students do not know how to interact with them. Ruang Lab allows students to make mistakes by repeating their experiments without any real-life consequences or time constraints. This is thanks to our storytelling approach that engages the students in course materials and visualizes STEM learning more interactively. Ruang Lab is also the first gamified virtual lab experience in Indonesia. When compared to other global competitors, Ruang Lab triumphs because first, we cater to an Indonesian curriculum by giving each university their own private domain. Second, Ruang Lab has collaborative features and is technologically forward with the help of our AI helper, Rula, that assesses the students. And third, we have an affordable price of only $3 a month, which is 1/3 of the price of other platforms. See the comparison more clearly with our competitor analysis below, where Ruanglab is a definite choice for both students and institutions.
And the total available market is 4,600 universities in Indonesia, of which 4,300 have STEM majors. As there is still no existing product with the same features and value proposition that Ruanglab is offering, we believe we can achieve a 10% penetration rate. And the strategy to achieve that rate is by sealing partnerships with universities through direct promotion by the sales team. We also intend to raise awareness by pushing promotions through our social media accounts. Lastly, we also provide free trials, full-time assistance, and bundling benefits to seal the deals. And we use B2B top-down as our business model. We will partner with private and public universities with STEM majors to integrate Ruanglab with their curriculum. Institutions only have to pay 3/5 of traditional laboratory fees. And here is our traction in 4 years. We plan to connect with 200 institution partners with over 115,000 students by multiplying our client growth by 20 times from the first year. As a result, the revenue projection in 2025 is $5.5 million, becoming the #1 virtual lab in Indonesia by the support of our R&D team.
So watch us grow and excel over the course of the next 5 years, starting with targeting top universities, creating a mobile app, partnered with universities lacking lab facilities, launching national and worldwide ventures, and also finally implementing VR and AR to our products by 2027. So join us in improving the skills of 2.3 million STEM undergraduate students like Nathan, who has achieved his dreams and become a world-class engineer with help of Ruanglab. Now, it's your turn. Ruanglab.
Ngelab yuk!
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation. I really enjoy it. My question, I think the first one, right, on the idea itself, how do you think that this model is sufficient enough to replace the current need from the lab, right? Because again, like observing and seeing virtually the lab is very different compared to experiencing it yourself. And so how, yeah, what do you think about that?
Thank you for the question. So just to recap, is this talking about the B2B model or the idea of the product?
Sorry, what was the question?
So is this talking about the B2B model in itself, or talking about
just the general idea itself? I mean, like the whole idea is basically allowing students to be including all the tools that is available on the lab. But just wondering, like, like in terms of the effectiveness itself, like how do you think that it will be able to replace the existing labs that we have at the moment?
Okay, maybe Fanny would like to answer first.
Okay, so thank you, judges, for the question. So first thing first, our lab actually caters most of so we actually try to make our lab as similar as possible to the current existing traditional labs, with also integrating them being able to making decisions. So not only watching videos of tutorials, but also try to make actions in the lab itself. So we believe that by involving the students in using the application, they can actually obtain the experience of using the lab itself. And we believe that it is also very effective in replacing the current labs, because the constraint of current labs today is actually very limited access, so that every universities, even top universities, only have like 1 until 2 items of equipments. So we have to like wait in line to use the equipments. But with this virtual lab, they can actually access it with no constraints. So they can actually learn deeper about the tools itself with no constraints like that. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
One more questions on your financials. I think you mentioned that you want to price it at $3 per student, and the model is through B2B, right? How do you arrive to that pricing? Just given in comparison to other competitors, it seems pretty low. One, I understand you want to make it affordable, but I think second of all, do you think that it is good enough for you to produce a good margin and drives a good outcome? How do you calculate the cost and all of that?
Okay, thank you for the question. Maybe Tony would like to answer.
Okay, thank you, Josh, for the question. So here I already shared the calculation from the $3. We want Ruang Lab to be accessible to all university, the good university, the bad university, every university. So every university have the same access to the same lab, and that's why we come up with a low price. And with that price, when we connect to much bigger university, much more institution, we can add our revenue and have the good income.
But the costs are just the LMS and the consultant, or
lab consultant, yeah.
Oh, okay. So the LMS cost, just to clarify, the LMS cost is what? Like, is it the development of the, like, is it like a product development or?
Yeah, that's the product development, includes everything about in the developing of the game itself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other question from other
Right.
colleagues?
I'd like to ask a bit of questions. The first one is, I think during my time in the university last time, for example, in physics laboratory, I think the big value in the lab is actually about the setting the setup of the experiment itself, right? And actually there is a lot of details like how do you adjust, and it can really affect the measurement accuracy, right? Which it can varies. And I would like to understand, like, in your simulation that you imagine, how detailed will the simulation will be? Can it emulate the exam? Maybe you can give a very quick example. One example. Number one is about that's number one. Number two is about the device, right? Even though the pricing is like $3 per month, but is it using the like what device that you use? And because it can be it's currently is quite pricey, right? The device for the virtual reality like Oculus Rift or others. Yeah.
Thank you for the question. So the first question, for example, for the physics laboratory, for example, the measurement. So we try to make the simulations as realistic as possible, and therefore, if you actually make any mistakes, the helper or the assistant will actually tell you, oh, you did something wrong. But see, and one of Ruang Lab's points is that you can actually make as many mistakes, and you can learn from your mistakes as well. Whether in normal laboratories, you usually have no room for mistakes. And if you do make mistakes, you usually have to like repeat it all over again. So in here, for example, the measurements, yes, you have to make it as realistic and as accurate as possible. And for the second, we actually right now we focus on the LMS and the browser. So what you need is only a normal laptop. So we actually use an LMS, right? So we give universities our own domain to access the Ruang Lab. But later for 2027, that's when we plan on using the VR and AR. And why 2027? It's because we research, and 2028 is actually like the peak of like the metaverse and the virtual reality market for like around $85 billion, which is why we want to focus on VR, implementing VR at that time. But for right now, we focus on the browser, on normal laptop screens.
And to add on that, maybe we believe that when the VR world is growing, the prices for VR will also goes down, and it is more accessible for all. Thank you.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay. Hi everyone. Thank you.
Hi.
For the presentation. So can we go back to your slide on your financial projection again?
Financial projection.
Yeah, I think I saw somewhere on the slide that you are estimating LMS costs to be $150,000 a year. Right? Or rather 500K and then 150K, right?
Yeah.
And that is already inclusive of all the product development costs. Okay. Yeah, I think this is way too low, especially on the product development, right? So, how did you arrive at this number, right? So, how many engineers and designers do you estimate to be able to create this experience, right? And why is year 2 and year 3 much lower than year 1? So that's my question number 1. Number 2, I think it's on pricing again, because it's $3 per student, and I think somewhere on the slide as well, total addressable market is only 400 institutions, or what? If I saw that correctly, right? And so this is a very limited, like there's very limited number of institutions that can do this, right? And I would want to again clarify why you pick such low costs, right? Tell us about how you think about pricing, right? Yes, I think you did all the benchmarks, and why did you come up with the $3 per, right? What into deciding the pricing? And lastly, right, I have 3 questions. Is on sales. How do you plan to get universities to buy this, right? Is there a specific plan, like you said, that you wanted to target all universities, but how do you start, right? Are you going to start with the bigger universities, or because they have higher budget, or you go to smaller universities because they likely do not have the labs, right? Or how are you thinking to do that, your go-to-market strategy?
Okay, so starting from the question number 1, from the pricing of LMS costs, we actually calculated this with Ruangguru's finance team, Kabar. He helped us a lot in this financing. This of the salary for the in-house product and development of the website. Why do we pick 500,000 and then going down into 150, 150, 150? Because at first we want to develop the website, and that costs a lot in the first stage. That's why on the second year, third year, and fourth year, it goes slower because it is only for the salaries for the tech team and the product team and the designer. And there's also R&D team to develop this website. So R&D also have their own budget.
So
and it's big on the first.
How many people do you expect to need for this?
Well, when we calculate it, it's probably 8 to 10 teams. 8 to 10 people.
8 to 10 people. Okay. And how many subjects do you want to cover? Right, because labs, there's the physics, biology, chemistry, and like with this kind of virtual lab, I think you can only make a certain number of simulations, right? Because you need to know exactly what the input is and what the output is, right? So how many simulations do you expect to emulate with this tool?
So we actually focus on chemistry, biology labs for the first stage, because we think that that's what people who have limited access to laboratory needs the most. So FMIPA faculty, like science faculties. So that should be around maybe like we could start with like around 20 modules first. That's
okay. Right.
Okay, and to answer the third question about the sales strategy, so we plan to target from the top universities in Indonesia first. Why? Because they have a higher budget first. The second one is that even in the top universities today, the access is still very limited, as I have mentioned before. And I believe that top universities also need virtual labs, because even top universities around the world like MIT and Harvard use virtual labs today. And from tapping first into the top universities, we believe that at the next point, we can tap to state universities and all universities around Indonesia, because we have gained more exposure from the top universities and increase the trust for other universities to actually use that, because like top universities have also implemented that in their curriculum. I think that's all. Thank you, judges, for the question.
Thank you, judges, for the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I really like the lab experience because that like visualize very clearly the concept, and thank you for your presentation. We really enjoyed it.
Okay,
Thank you, judges.
Kak
Thank
Belva
you, judges.
and all of the jury, and also Team Tiffany's for the presentations. Okay, going to the next team. The team may now enter the backstage room, and we're going to move to another team. Thank you all.
All right, great. Now, in a few minutes, we will be welcoming our fifth team, that is Team Hooray, to pitch their business innovation. So, for Team Hooray, good luck, guys.
Hi, I'm Gabby. I was just a freshman in college when my family went bankrupt. For the first time, I had to pay for my tuition and living on my own. I still recall the time when I spent my days tutoring high schoolers to make money instead of focusing on my studies. My grades tumbled down, and I had no time to explore more opportunities like my peers. But thank God, my life changed when I got scholarship the next year. Financial issues no longer burdened my studies. I could finally focus on what matters. I believe Many other undergraduates have the same unlucky experience as mine, especially for those living in the second and third tier cities. Students from Indonesia's poorest 60% only makes up 10% of university graduates. And from our quantitative survey to 948 college students, we found that 66% have experienced significant financial issues during university. However, getting a scholarship is not that easy. In terms of accessibility, scholarship information is very scattered and asymmetrical. Students also need to go through a complicated application process, and due to the limited availability, the competition is very tight. On the other hand, the large potential of scholarship funds remains untapped. We believe that there are three potential sources of supply. First, the biggest are companies, as they are regulated to allocate CSR funds. On average, listed companies spend 74 billion yearly for CSR, and having a self-owned scholarship program is a good CSR and PR stance for them. Second are public figures and high net worth individuals that have a wake-up call to give back through education. Kak Iman Usman Scholarship, for example. And lastly is our people. As we know, Indonesia is also the most generous country in the world. The availability of idle funds and hearts to give back are still untapped because organizing scholarship are complicated and resource intensive. Backed by this problem and the spirit to democratize education for all, we present to you Jendela. Jendela tries to bridge the demand and supply by tackling the problems on both sides. First, we have Jendela organized scholarship to help manage the fund from donors. Second, we have scholarship dashboard to aid student scholarship browsing and application. And lastly, we have Jendela crowdfunding to connect various educational needs with donors.
And now we present to you our first product, Jendela Organized Scholarship. We here act as the first company to enlarge the supply of scholarship through eliminating the pain points in scholarship organizing. We tap into two sources of supply. First is the vast supply of companies, and second are charitable public figures. We then give them the resources to create their own scholarship program, spanning from program design, candidate selection, to PR. As fund managers, there are two things that we want to bring to our scholarship suppliers. First is accountability, and second is real-life impact, which is why all clients will receive a dashboard and a monthly report that allows them to track the impact that they have created. Three main components of our dashboard are first, a fund disbursement tracker that shows complete budget allocation for transparency. And second is a tracker for overall student academic progression. And third is an individual profile and academic tracker to ensure individual completion rate. The students are then equipped by a mentor that will assist them in their academics and approve their monthly reports. And we present to you our second product, the Jendela Scholarship Dashboard. Presently, scholarship information is scattered and students need to adjust their profile per every scholarship. Those days will be gone through the hub of Jendela, where students can apply to all scholarships using one single profile. Jendela Scholarship Dashboard consists of three main services. One, a single profile for each student that allows for personalized scholarship recommendations. And second is a scholarship dashboard that aggregates academic and non-academic scholarships. And third is a to-do list and reminders to make scholarship applications easy. And finally, we empower the Indonesian public to fund for educational needs through Jendela crowdfunding. Our crowdfunding platform can serve to financially kickstart the many needs of higher ed students, such as event sponsorships, competitions, innovations, or any educational emergencies. We plan to launch this after we enter the market and acquire a large user base through our two primary products, Jendela Organized Scholarship and Jendela Scholarship Dashboard.
Jendela improves student scholarship application process in three ways. First is by democratizing information about scholarship. Two is by making application become stress-free with to-do list and reminder. And three is by increasing opportunity to receive financial support as Jendela unlocks new scholarship availability. At the same time, Jendela improves donors' journeys in two ways. First is by enabling donors, especially companies, to organize a meaningful CSR program hassle-free. And two is by increasing donors' reputation and accountability by having a prestigious scholarship named after the donor. Benchmarking successful funding platform, Jendela monetizes by charging our donors. We have two monetization channels. One is from Jendela Organized Scholarship, where we charge an administrative fee for 1 million rupiah per student per year and a 5% commission from the total scholarship value. And two is from Jendela Crowdfunding Platform, where we derive revenue from processing fees for projects which amount to 5% of total funds collected. By charging donors and not students, we are able to attract a large pool of student users. Thus, we are confident that Jendela will be the #1 capital source platform for Indonesian undergraduates. By 2026, we will target more than 4 million users and unlock 550 new scholarship programs. Moreover, we will have disbursed a total of 1.6 trillion rupiah for students and generate a total revenue of 150 billion rupiah. Aiming to be a platform with the highest number of university students users, our end game is to be able to leverage this and expand our services by offering Jendela Connect to students, as well as Jendela IQ and Jendela Recruit to companies. Jendela is the bridge between Ruangguru's K-12 and non-K-12 products. Imagine, with the financial empowerment from Jendela, less privileged high school students will find assurance in surviving college. They will find the courage to apply to university and prepare for college entrance exams using Ruang Uji. Furthermore, Jendela scholars supported by sufficient financial resources can pay for self-development courses provided by Scale Academy. Just like Ruangguru, we are here to democratize learning opportunities and eliminate education disparity at all stages. Come join Jendela and spread the story of hope to millions of students in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentations. Okay. So so I have a question actually on just the general idea, right? I mean, it's a good idea, but I'm wondering like how I understand about the specific value propositions, but at the same time, there's also crowdfunding platform who is managing scholarship funds, right? So why and at the same time they have the reach, they have the audience as well. So what will basically somewhat like prohibit them like from doing something like this, and how are you basically going to be competing with those kind of platforms? So that's the first one. And second, do you think that like if you basically had a chance to actually implement this, do you think that you want to focus just on the scholarship, or do you think that the product itself has the opportunity to grow to other offerings as well? And if there is, what would it be?
Okay, thank you so much, Kak Iman, for the questions. So maybe there's two questions, right? The first one is about competitions, basically. So what differentiate us with existing competitors, especially fundraising platform? So we see that, raising capital, especially for scholarship fundings for students to pay for tuitions, there are three sources that is currently available. One is platform like Dana Cita, which basically is a loan platform, right, where students have to pay back. Second is Kita Bisa, which is more similar basically to our platform, which allows students to have no payback commitment to the companies or the donors. And lastly, there's also University Scholarship Portal, which serve basically as list of information database about available scholarships that university students can apply. So we see that we have our differentiation lays in the fact that unlike Dana Cita, students don't need to pay back, so they have no commitment. They are willing, their students may find it kind of scary to actually apply for loans, right? Because they're afraid of not being able to pay back. With our platform, students don't need to feel afraid of not being able to pay back, because they don't have any payback commitment. So it's very different. It's very different from Dana Cita in that way. And secondly, from Kita Bisa, we believe that in Kita Bisa they do not provide services for companies to actually host scholarships. So they only can actually get their fund and then just give the fund to students. But actually, organizing scholarship is much more complicated than that. We need to design the program. We also need to select the students. We need to disburse the fund and also monitor students' academic achievement, which can be very tedious. And this is not Kita Bisa's specialty, in terms of designing the scholarship. And lastly, compared to University Scholarship Portal, we see that University Scholarship Portal only lists existing scholarships. They are unable to tap into the new potential scholarships availability, which we tap in by offering services to companies and also public figures in organizing their own white labeled scholarships. So we see that is how we differentiate ourselves from these existing players. And maybe on the second question, Very sorry, Kaiman, can you repeat the second question?
Yeah, on the second question, I mean, I understand you want to start from scholarship, but if you had the chance to actually implement this, do you want to focus just on the scholarship, or do you think that the basic product has the opportunity to grow to cover other offerings as well? And if there is, what would it be?
I see. Okay, thank you so much. Maybe for that, we will just share screen a bit because we do have plans to also, extend our offerings. So
maybe I think I would like to add on the first question first, ya, Kak Iman. Currently, companies have to allocate CSR funds, right, for their mandatory obligations, and they also spend some expense to manage the CSR funds. Think of us, we position ourselves like a production house for marketing agency or even organizer. You have that middleman, right, to organize everything. So we're just like position ourselves like that, but for scholarship program, gitu sih, Kak. Yes.
And yep, basically, thanks Gabby for adding. So for moving on to the second question, these are the offerings that we plan to offer in the future. So aside from we will first start with scholarship, right? And after scholarship, we will also extend our service to crowdfunding, which then allows students to gain capital support not only for paying tuition, but also for attending competition, doing research projects, and all. And after the crowdfunding platform, we plan to extend to these three services. We plan to offer services to both companies and also university students. So to university students, we plan to also have Jendela Connect, which is basically a mentoring platform that connects students to professionals. We believe that this will make sense because we will have a lot of student undergraduate users who will then after securing scholarships, after attending university, will then ask the question, what kind of job should I do, and how to actually enter that kind of occupation. So we see that it fits the journey, and we plan to also complement our platform with Jendela Connect. And to companies, we plan to extend two additional services. The first one is Jendela IQ, which is a B2B research that targets student market. We see that given the large base of students users, undergraduate students users, this can be utilized by companies who are looking to do market research targeting students. And aside from that, these are basically students who need money, right? If the companies just give a very small amount of fee for students to fill in surveys and all, this can be an additional pocket money for students, and hence we see that students will be interested in participating in these kind of B2B survey. And lastly is Jendela Career, which basically help companies recruit interns and also fresh graduate employee directly from our platform.
Okay. So thank you, Team Hooray, for such a noble idea. So I think my question is, so your customers really are the businesses and the high-profile individuals, right? Because they are the ones eventually paying you the 5% fees. So so remind me again, what services are you giving them that you think is worth the additional 5%, and how technology is able to help that?
Okay, thank you so much, Kabelva, for your questions. I'm going to answer it first for Gabby. So as for what accounts us so that we deserve the 5% that we allocate them. So the first B is basically the program design that will be the foundation of their various scholarship program. So we think that is the most important aspect. So we are trying to figure out what kind of customization that fits our client. And second, what accounts as these 5% is basically the commitment that we are willing to give. So when these companies will be giving the scholarships, usually these scholarships are spent for 4 years or throughout the student's life in college. So instead of them giving them their own resources to commit and monitor these students, we are giving them the commitment, and we are the party who will be conducting this scholarship for them. And second would be how we can integrate technology into our program is through our scholarship dashboard that will allow our clients to track the impact that they have created to their students. So currently, because we're trying to gather 5%, so we need to make sure that each money that they give us is going to be accountable in the end. So that's why they can be given an extractable dashboard that they can use to track the total funding that they have dispersed, and to who, and to and how are the students doing in their scholarship program. So that's the whole gist of our idea.
So a follow-up question to that. So I think this is going to be to be manpower intensive, right? Is that correct or no? So just to clarify, right? Because it's basically a consulting thing, right? With the design, and then after that, the visuals and the selection process, and everything here is quite manual, right? And would require a lot of manpower. So how would you scale this, right? First of all, right? Because with such manpower requirements, and how would technology help, which is my earlier question. And tell me again on your projection, right? How many clients and how much revenue do you think you are able to get, right? And what's the profitability like? Because with such cost structure, right, are you able to make a decent profit out of this?
Thank you. Maybe I'll first answer the first question, and then Gabby can proceed with the financial part. So in scaling, we will utilize technology by having the students fill in their bio data and also their essays directly into our platform. So then we can pair the text, the basically their bio data, their profile with a scholarship that match. So in that regards, we don't need people manually pairing the scholarships and the candidates. We can do that by using technology. So that is how we leverage technology. And in terms of whether this is actually manpower intensive or not, we see that yes, this requires manpower, but it is not as intensive as maybe what Kabilfa thinks it is, because given the technology used, and also actually for 50 students we will have 1 advisors. So the ratio of students to advisors is actually not that far. One man basically can handle up to 50 students in monitoring and stuff. And maybe on financials, we will first share screen, and Gabby can elaborate more.
Okay, thank you so much, Kak, for the question. In terms of financial, we see that even if you see companies that holding a scholarship, for example, CIMB Niaga Scholarship, they also have a dedicated division, and they also have the manpower in each of the scholarship, their own scholarship, right? Basically, we just leverage all of the manpower to do more than 3 or 5 programs of scholarship for each companies. So in terms of manpower, it will be manpower intensive indeed, but each of the division will be able to have more than 1 program scholarships on their hand. Our assumption is to have for each 1 scholarship program, it will have as you can see, for the cost of revenue, as per one program, that we assume that the average lifetime is 2 years. For each 1 program, it will have a project lead, project assistant, project intern, and a student advisor tandem in the program. And basically, this is how we're going to leverage the resource. For each these 4 manpowers, they can do 4 programs in the same time. So that's why even if we are manpower intensive, we believe that we can still be profitable.
Yep.
Okay, I have one last question. I just want to ask about your addressable market, right? Because you're mainly targeting the scholarship pool. Do you have a sense of how big is the scholarship pool in Indonesia at the moment? Because you're basically trying to get 5% of the pool, right? And so how big is the pot there? Like, what's the addressable market for scholarship in Indonesia? What's your best estimate about that? And what's your sense about the growth going forward? Is it really growing, or is it actually shrinking? Or based on what you know about the scholarship market, what do you think about that?
Okay. Thank you, Kak, for the question. Maybe we will share a screen about the target market. So yep, here we elaborate on the thumb sum and the sum. Maybe we can also see that our obtainable market is basically companies who are by default, by government regulation, is mandated to have CSR fund. And these are companies who are public and is operating in the natural resource sector. And we calculate that there will be around 60 companies currently listed in IDX, in natural resource industry. And second, our SAM is all public companies in IDX, which then actually have the drive to have CSR fund, because we can basically see how they're doing financially, and they usually will publish sustainability report. And lastly is our TAM, addressable market. This is 50% of big size companies, basically, who are currently in Indonesia. There's 7,000 big companies, and we will target 50% of it. That's our addressable market. And to calculate, for the sum, how we calculate is that we calculate the average CSR value of the companies who are currently, releasing their CSR report. And from 15 public companies that we analyze, their average CSR value is 74 billion rupiah. And we see that the average, ratio that they allocate for CSR is 0.5% of their revenue. And from here, we then calculate, our financial projection, right? So here's the
CSR can be every CSR, right? So how much is it actually for education? Because CSR is quite broad.
Yep. We do agree that CSR is quite broad, and that's why we don't target, all 5% of the CSR, all 0.5% of the CSR. So this is how we calculate it, right? So yep, basically, they have 74 billion rupiah. These companies have 74 billion rupiah in CSR fund, and we aim to only target basically this. This one, the average scholarships fund disbursed. So yeah, we're targeting 4.5 until 10% of the company CSR. So we don't target all of these companies CSR fund, but out of the 0.5 that they allocate for CSR, we then target only 5 until 10%, given that they will allocate their CSR for other purposes also. So we calculate that for each company, they will have 3.6 billion for CSR in education.
Hello. And is it going to be growing or not? What's your understanding?
Discussion, but unfortunately the time is already up.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much to the jury for the questions.
Thank you guys. Great presentation. Yeah.
Thank you everyone.
All right. And Team Hooray, thank you so much for the session. Please enter the backstage room.
Okay. In a few minutes, we will be welcoming the last team to present, Industrial, to pitch their business innovations idea. So please, Team Industrial, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. We, from Industrial Team, would like to present you our idea, Ruang Kolaborasi, tapping the new market higher education with collaborative scheme across universities. Founded in 2014, Ruangguru has one big mission, to provide accessible education for all students anytime and anywhere. For the past 7 years, several innovations by Ruangguru, such as Ruang Belajar, Brand Academy, Ruang Kerja, and Skill Academy have given the inclusivity to learn for K-12 students and workers. But there's a missing gap. How about the university students? Yes, 7.3 million of university students have not been thoroughly tapped yet by Ruangguru. So, what exactly do these university students want? To know that, we did our survey. An average of 80% of the university students are curious to study in other universities due to the unattractiveness of the credits and the inability to take the cross-major credits that they are interested in. With this behavior, we believe there are 3.7 million students who are ready to explore more during the university years. Just like Latisha here. Latisha is a second-year undergraduate student from Institut Teknologi Bandung. Like the other undergraduate students, Latisha is very ambitious and very curious about new things, which makes her want to always learn from various sources and collaborate with students from cross universities. However, we provided facilities such as student organizations, few hands-on activities, and other initiatives from universities never fulfill their thirst for knowledge. Introducing Ruang Kolaborasi. With this, Latisha does not have to worry anymore, because Ruang Kolaborasi, a platform to learn and participate in college subjects from different universities through collaborative schemes, is here. Ruang Kolaborasi will have two models, Ruang Live to attend live, interactive and collaborative classes, and Ruang Self-Paced with asynchronous lessons that will be done at students' own pace. With Ruang Kolaborasi, Latisha will be able to choose the desired subjects, claim the credits, see her program progress, and join in the Ruang Kolaborasi community.
Now let's call Latisha again. Now, how can exactly Latisha, a second-year student from Institut Teknologi Bandung, use Ruang Kolaborasi? After going into the Ruang Kolaborasi platform, Latisha would have to register and log herself into the program. After that, she would be able to see the available subjects from various universities and categories. Now, Latisha wanted to learn from the Faculty of Humanities from University of Indonesia. So she filters the subject into the Arts and Humanities category. Then she sees that a morphology subject is being offered by the University of Indonesia. Hence, she chooses that subject under the Ruang Live program and upload the necessary documents. After that, while studying in the morphology subject that is being offered by University of Indonesia, Latisha would be able to obviously join the academic activities in the class, that being the collaborative task, quizzes, academic evaluation, and see her progress on the morphology class on the learning management system. With the academic activities, Latisha would be able to learn how students in University of Indonesia think, study, and work, and further collaborate with them. And once the courses on the morphology subject is done, Latisha would be able to claim her credit and score that she gained to her home university, which is Institut Teknologi Bandung. So we don't stop there. Moreover, Latisha will be able to maximize the collaboration that Ruang Kolaborasi has to offer through the community forums on Ruang Kolaborasi. In here, she would be able to ask questions, gather students that have the same interests as her, start a forum, and even discuss social issues. With this, Ruang Kolaborasi enables Latisha to become more receptive to different viewpoints through collaboration and discussions. By using Ruang Kolaborasi, Latisha would be able to access courses that fits her pocket, but not stopping there, she would be able to gain access to more subjects, claim her efforts into her credit, widen her connection, maximizes the learning experience through collaboration, which all then leads to multicultural insights for Latisha.
External partners are the critical aspects to make this idea happen. We will ask universities to provide learning materials and Kemendikbud to provide the license to transfer the credit. We are all helping our partners to expand their reach and provide inclusivity in the education sectors and provide revenue sharing of 70%. So now let's get into the go-to-market strategy. Ruang Kolaborasi will tap into the market by raising the awareness of college students through KOL, student ambassador, and giveaway. To activate the user, we can collaborate with university and student organization by creating event partnership to build trust among our potential users. To provide an improved learning experience over time, we do not stop with the initial product. We will also build a specialization and micro-degree product where the student can have a structured learning path. And in the long run, we can also tap into the Southeast Asia University to widen the impact. Now, let's talk about what's in it for Ruangguru. University student has a big market size in Indonesia and has a potential to cross-sell with other Ruangguru existing products such as Skill Academy and English Academy. With a fast-growing user base, it is expected that Ruang Kolaborasi will receive revenue of 160 billion rupiah per year on average, with courses starting from 350,000 rupiah. To make this idea happen, Ruangguru needs 3 key initial points. The first is 25 billion of investment, second is external agreement with stakeholders, and the third is internal team to develop the product. With these 3 aspects, Ruang Kolaborasi is ready to serve the untapped market in Ruangguru business.
Now, let's all take a step back to look at what Ruangguru's mission is. With Ruang Kolaborasi, Ruangguru would be able to provide inclusive access to university learning experience anytime, anywhere through student collaboration. But not only that, students would be able to learn new things from different perspectives through those collaborative learnings across universities. So, Ruangguru, are you ready to help the Letitias out there by becoming the pioneer and bringing inclusivity in higher education? We are Industrial Team. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentations. So just to clarify a little bit on the business model. So is that a B2C or a B2B? Just want to clarify who is basically going to be paying for this.
Okay, so the one who's going to be paying is the students that are interested into joining the program, Kaiman. So Ruang Kolaborasi will be the enabler and also integrator between the university and also the student.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And what would be basically the competitive advantage of this offering compared to them, let's say, finding and resources or paying the resources from higher quality and more credible sources that is offered overseas?
Okay, dude, I guess you can go to the competitive analysis. Okay, so we have already compared what we have to offer compared with other programs, let's say Coursera or edX. What we differ ourselves in a way that we can claim the credit for the students on the program into their own credit that they have to do in their university years. But besides that, what is the difference between an exchange program itself? In Ruang Kolaborasi, the students will be able to still go through their program at their own home university while joining this Ruang Kolaborasi platform. And further, again, claim the credits on the Ruang Kolaborasi to their university program. Does that answer your question, Kaiman?
I mean, I understand about like the model, but just want to understand a bit what is the like what will be the motivation factor for the students to be able to pay on their own, while like and basically this is all the contents are mainly coming from the local universities and the local professors, in comparison to paying for the same amount of money, and then you're basically, let's say, getting that from other universities overseas.
Okay, so
I mean, just because if you understand your persona correctly in the beginning, this is like more targeted toward more ambitious students. So I assume that language might not be like a critical issue here. Yeah, just to understand that more clearly.
Okay, so to clarify, your question is how we are different from the program that is being offered in the more higher with the higher quality program like in overseas program.
Yeah, and just whether the motivation from the student is sufficient enough for them to be able to move and pay on their own.
Okay. For paying on their own. So with pricings, actually with our price, which is 350,000 rupees until 1 million for the bundling package, we have already benchmarked from the competitors, and we believe that our price is will attract the students themselves. And again, as we are aiming for inclusivity in university learnings, we set a lower price for the our program. And after that, we also did our desktop research, in which we believe that student spendings just for their own pocket money will suffice for this kind of program. And that excludes the money that is already saved up by their parents for their academic programs.
I could give more an additional answer. So as for the willingness of the students to spend more for this program, so since we actually did our survey, and as we have mentioned earlier, from the survey, most of them are interested, right? But the thing is, are they willing to going to spend their money? Even though we are not showing this in the survey, but we kind of actually conducted a depth interview with several of them, especially for the final year student that maybe feel they don't belong with their own principal. They totally willing to spend the money, and even they pay for certificates, and they even use Coursera to explore more about the other things that they are actually interested in. So we are actually very, very confident that they are going to spend in this program.
We hope that our answers.
Thank you.
Suffices.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So thank you for the presentation. I think this is quite interesting. So one thing that jumps out to me is the ability to transfer credit, right? Because if that can happen, then that is your main differentiator, right?
Yeah.
So my question will revolve around this one: is, are you sure that this can happen? And if yes, how? Right? Two, these students are already paying for their credits to their current universities, right? So for example, how many SKS and others, right? They've already paid for that, right? So do you think that they need to spend additional money on this credit that they will earn from other universities, or can they just use whatever money they've paid to their current universities, right? Because then they're paying double for to graduate, right? So that's number two. And number three, if this transfer of credit is possible, then likely there's going to be a lot of restrictions and a lot of requirements to be met, right? It cannot just be another online course that you take on Coursera or others, right? But there's normally a minimum number of hours, and then there's real tests and exams that need to be verified, right? How are you thinking about that, and what are the requirements, if there are any?
Okay, so for the first question, which is the feasibility on the credit transfer. So we believe that our program is feasible enough because because of few points. The first one, the government is already open to the mindset of learning is not supposed to be just in class from their home university. This is proven by the fact that the government is already launching the Kampus Merdeka or MBKM program. So we believe that the government is already open to the mindset of this. Further, this is proven with the fact that internships program and also project-based program can already claim to the students' credit in the MBKM or Kampus Merdeka program. So that is the first one. Yeah, for the credit transfer, we believe that the government is already open to the mindset of credit claiming not in home university is feasible. And for the third question, which is the real for the exams, for the tests, yes, obviously there's going to be lots of requirements or restrictions that is going to be implemented in this program. So what we project now is obviously the students would have to fulfill the minimum study hours that is set by each of the host university, which will be stated in the agreements that we will have later on. And if the students didn't fulfill the 40 hours or the tasks that let's say they bail on a test or quiz with certain amount of frequency, they will not get their credit transferred into their university program. Yeah. Daud or Nomi would like to answer the second question.
Regarding the second question about the UKT and also the price for the price that will be spent on the courses, we think that we provide the choice to have a scholarship for the courses to provide more inclusive experience for all the students. It is for one point. For the another point is that the pricing itself will be adjusted by the demand on the student ability to purchase, so that we think that the price point of 350,000 rupiah is accessible for the student to access the learning material at this ruang kolaborasi.
Yeah, maybe to add to Nomi's point is, yes, to answer your question, yes, the students would have to pay again besides what their own UKT, let's say. But again, as Naomi said, we believe that this amount is not really big based on our research and our survey. And we will, maybe in the future, we can add like installment programs to make sure that the students would be able to pay despite their obligation to pay to their own home university. Yeah. Does that answer your question, Kabilva?
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe my question is about trying to understand the demand of this. So you talk about 700 university students, okay, but qualitatively, from your personal experience, are there some early indicators or workarounds rather, or you yourself, like you really want to take a class in different universities, and have you done it? Or have you seen like some of your friends, they really like certain classes from different universities? Just want to get some qualitative insights from what you've researched.
Okay.
Actually, okay. I'm sorry, Jori, I'm gonna first. As for the qualitative study itself, actually, from my own experience, that most of my friends are already participating in summer school. But the interesting part is the summer school that are participating in is kind of have different subjects from their own principal. Like I'm from engineering, and yet they're trying to study business and management. So I think from the qualitative study, it's actually showing enough that there are demands for this kind of programs.
Yeah.
Local universities?
Yes, local universities.
Okay. And the credits can be transferred at the moment or not yet?
Yeah. What we have now, from what we know from our research, there are several programs that are like this, like claiming credit from 2 universities. So it's basically a bilateral agreement between 2 universities. So yeah, there's already a program for this, but it's really exclusive just within 2 universities, let's say.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Are there any more questions?
Okay, is there any questions? Okay, the time for if there's no questions anymore, the time for the Q&A sessions has ended. So thank you to all of the jury for the questions, and thank you for Team Industrial for the presentations. Please stay in the room because we're going to go to the next session. Okay, we're going to say congratulations to all the team who have completed their business innovation speeches. So what do you think about their idea, Matt?
All right, all of the teams were very superb, and I was honestly very impressed with the ideas that they come up with. Well done, everyone.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now that all the teams have had the opportunity to deliver their EdTech innovations, we will soon know who will be the champion of this year's Ruangguru Business Innovation Challenge. So, to everybody watching at home, you have the chance to vote for your favorite team through the link below. Okay, vote your favorite team here.
Yes, that's right. And the team with the most votes will receive an additional prize. So make sure you send in your vote. The voting code is 09125. Voting is now open until 1:30 p.m. So guys, make sure you are voting.
Okay, we will be having a break before returning with you at around 1 p.m. Please stay tuned. As well, we'll later be having an inspirational talk by our business leader from our sister company in Thailand and Vietnam.
skillacademy.com, pelatihan online nomor 1 di Indonesia. Telah membantu lebih dari 5 juta orang menggapai impian karir dan usaha. Temukan berbagai pelatihan online berkualitas, bisnis, marketing, teknologi, pengembangan diri, dan ratusan kelas lainnya yang bisa diakses selamanya. Ayo, sukses kerja dengan Skill Academy. skillacademy.com, pelatihan online nomor 1 di Indonesia. Telah membantu lebih dari 5 juta orang menggapai impian karir dan usaha. Temukan berbagai pelatihan online berkualitas, bisnis, marketing, teknologi, pengembangan diri, dan ratusan kelas lainnya yang bisa diakses selamanya. Ayo, sukses kerja dengan Skill Academy.
Welcome back to the RUBIC 2021
final.
Thank you for joining with us once again.
As we mentioned, we will soon be announcing the winners of the Ruangguru Business Innovation Challenge. So also don't forget to vote for your favorite team on the link below. Okay.
All right. Before the announcement, we will have two amazing business leaders all the way from Thailand and Vietnam who will be sharing about their individual career journeys. From Thailand, we have Kasama, the VP of Product and Content of Study. And from Vietnam, we have Khoi Nguyen, the CEO of Kian.
Hosting the talk show, we will be invited our very own Gwendolyn Betsy. So for Gwen, please welcome and also stay tuned for the next few minutes.
everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome back to our finalists and judges. So as mentioned earlier, maybe I would like to briefly introduce myself. My name is Gwen, and I would be hosting this session of Self-Discovery Talk Show. So welcome to this session. And today with us, we have two very special guests. We have Khoi, the CEO of Kian, and we have Kasama, the VP of Product and Content from Startday. So hi, Khoi, and hi, Kasama. How are you today?
Hi, Gwen. Thank you. I'm doing very well.
Good.
Yeah, hi. Hi, Gwen and everyone. I'm doing good as well.
Okay, great. I'm very glad to hear that. We're very happy to have you here together with us. And so today, together with Khoi and Kasama, we're going to be discussing a lot about discovering ourselves, especially at this stage of very early stage of our career. I'm sure that most of you are, you're just about to graduate universities, and I'm sure we all have, or at least most of us have a lot of doubts. I mean, from my own personal experience, when I was about to graduate university, I was pretty clueless. I was not sure what to do. There were a lot of uncertainties. And today, Khoi and Kasama are going to share their experiences, especially from the early stage of their career, on some tips and tricks. How did they figure out what they want to do in their career, and also to help us, to set the directions and to set the right goals in terms of our career and how we should start our career. So we also need to remember that career is a very lifelong journey. It's a long-term game. So we really have to be mindful of the steps that we take, and a lot of things that we need to take into account, we need to consider. So without further ado, maybe we would like to start with Koi. So Koi, did you know that early on that you would be, the CEO of a startup working in education and technology, and contributing a lot for the community and becoming so successful right now?
Well, first of all, I don't think I'm like too successful at this moment. So like so I have some achievement along my career, and well, I would say I didn't really always like know about what I want, like how big I can achieve at this moment. But I always knew that I have a passion for doing a good cause for the community and contributing to the society in general. And that's why I pursued a career in technology and startups. And well, before I was always trying to do my best to deliver values to the community. And I think all of the achievement you get later on in the career is just the consequent results of like the result of what you are trying to do. So like for from like early in my career, I always know that I want to do something big and something meaningful, but I always focusing on what I can bring to the what my product is, not like how high in position I can get.
I see. Okay. So what about you, Kasama? What is your story?
Yeah, my background is a bit unusual, actually. To the question of did I know early on that I would take this path in the career and working on education technology? Obviously not. Really not, because I would like to share my background a little bit. After graduated from high school, I was funded by an oil company to study petroleum engineering, which is obviously different thing from what I'm doing right now. So I went to the US and studied petroleum engineering at a university. And then as part of the funding condition, I needed to come back to that particular company for at least 5 years to work as a petroleum engineer. And yeah, this seems to be a very different path from what I'm doing, right? It's education, it's technology versus like traditional engineering. So I think, yeah, it's very difficult at the beginning that I would be able to imagine that like 10 years after that, 10 years after graduating from university, I would be doing something like this. So yeah, to the questions, not at all.
Okay, so I guess, not everyone know what they want to do, so it's like early on. But
right.
Do you have any like defining moment or like turning point that kind of like set your directions into this path? Maybe
for me, right? I just know, even though my background is a bit unusual for the people in the industry, but one thing that I know is I have always been interested in technology and education. Actually, it's right at the beginning after I graduated. So it's a moment that I needed to like really walk towards this kind of path step by step. Because when your background is like so different from your passion, right? And you could do anything with it. Yeah, given that kind of interest, I kind of like after I graduated from university and worked for like 1 or 2 years, I started to get my part-time jobs in education and develop some courses for like the student who want to study at home, which was not from Ruangguru at the moment at that moment, right? And then step by step again at the oil company, I worked on like digital transformation project at the time that it was booming in the country, and then focusing on like data and technology to help solving the problems that people have, and also trying to optimize the business performance. So it's a bit closer right now, right? And then just that there was an opportunity that Ruangguru was expanding to Thailand, and then the roads converged to what I'm doing at the moment. So that there are not really like a strong signs, but it's the point of like you need to work like a little bit closer towards what you are interested in, right? And then take the opportunity that I have, and yeah, sometimes new opportunities may come when you don't really know, when you don't really expect. Yeah, that's my part of my story. Yeah.
Okay, what about you, Roy? Do you have any like signs or maybe turning point or like something that define that maybe this is like what I want to do in life?
Well, for me, it's I don't think it's in real life. I don't think there are too many people can having that kind of life-changing moment. It's not like the movie or something, right? So I guess my decisions is affected step by step by like a lot of the people around me and the environment that I grew up in. For example, I was fortunate enough to grow up in a pretty decent family. We don't have to worry too much about the food that we eat every day, or like we don't have to worry about the economy too much. So my mom always kind of spread that kind of love for the community to me, and like she raised me to look after the lesser one, and so that is like my passion for doing like some sort of like heroic activities in the community is when I grew up with my mom. And also I think one of the like if we talked about defining moment, I think one of the key changing is when I study abroad in the US, and I I encountered a lot of experience with the high technology and the development of education there. And I look back into the home countries in Vietnam and also in South Asia. I think we like 20-30 years behind what they have in the US, and I want to bring what I know, what I experienced in the US back to Vietnam, and that's why I actually was almost drop out of college in third year, and doing startup. But then after that, I sort of still well, my dad gave me some advice, and he persuaded me to finish the degree before I came back. And it kind of helped a lot when I enter in education, actually, because like people would listen to you a little more. But anyway, so the defining moment is not like one moment, but it's like it's along the journey, and you sort of will make little by little, like very little decision, but it kind of leaning toward what you want to achieve.
Okay, I think from both of your stories, the main takeaway is that it's okay if you don't know what you want to do for now, even though you're about to graduate. I think the most important thing is to know like your interests, what is like something that kind of excites you and maybe serve a purpose for you, and also exposing yourself to different landscapes, even when you start from a different field. But if you expose yourself to a certain field, I think that could also help to open the doors, to give you the opportunities to also to learn. Maybe if you switch careers or switch fields, it might take quite some time. There are steps to take in order for you to adjust, but it's still doable. And I mean, from your stories, it seems like, we don't have to worry so much about knowing specifically what we want to do. And I think also Koi mentioned about, having a support system, like having a family and, someone that kind of like introduce you to, the idea of contributing to the community. So do you have any other like people who inspired you, or like key role models that kind of like, of course, in your career, there are a lot of ups and downs. It's not always smooth. And, maybe you have some like role models that really motivates you to stay consistent no matter what the struggles are.
Well, so most of kids my age in Vietnam loves Bill Gates and and his career. So like similar to them, I like the reason I enter technology. I study computer engineering, and everything is a little affected by like role model like Bill Gates. But that's just like in my childhood. Growing up, I actually was affected a lot more by two people. First is my dad. He's also an excellent engineer. Like I remember, like in my childhood, he always like fixing the television for like the whole neighborhood, and I was like that was my first experience encountering with engineering. Like I took the remote, I break it down, and I look at the all the circuits and stuff. And to me back then, like each of the circuits is like a small CD to me, and I really want to know how like people make it and stuff. That's one of the reason I'm into engineering as well. And my dad is an excellent engineer. And then later in his career, he also switched to business, and also he shared a lot of knowledge to me. And he's the one who actually taught me the one of the most important skills that I have right now is having an open mindset, which is, I think, it's very important in nowadays. Like you don't know what will happen in the next couple of years, but you always prepare to learn about it and to adapt with the new technology. You don't know like if there's another pandemic going on in the next couple of years, or like what will happen to the world. But if you have an open mindset, then you can always adapt to it, and you can always learn the new things to be on top of your career and of your decisions. And there's another one, which is my mentor when I came back to Vietnam and actually working in startup. So I also have a mentor, and he also trained me with a lot of skills, and helped me a lot in like defining the goals to my career, and pushing me through all the challenges.
Wow. So I guess mentorship is also, it plays a huge role in your career.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what about you, Kasama? Is there anyone specifically that inspires you throughout your journey?
For me, it's quite difficult to define a specific role model for me. But I think talking about my journey in my career, I think the people whom I would really thank throughout the career are all my like supervisors and previous like mentors as well. I think for me, the most important things that I got throughout the career is the opportunity and trust for me to like attempt to do something or trying to do something that are not haven't been like done by anyone else at that time, or to extend the possibilities. Even though, I mean, there was no like previous success cases, or there was no like strong like indicator that like projects or opportunities would be a success at that time. So I think that what I learned a lot, and that what I learned like new skills and expand my inventory to take on like new challenging roles in sequences. I think those are the people who I'll be like so thankful of throughout my career.
I see. Okay, so I guess that also tells us that having like the right people, not necessarily having to be like a role model as in like successful famous person as our role model, but surrounding ourselves with the right people, being in the right environment, could also, help us to stay inspired and stay driven to work towards our goal. So maybe now we want to dig a little bit deeper onto the field of education. I know both of you have mentioned a bit about, the reason why you entered the field, which, leads you to this roles at the moment. But maybe I would like to ask more about like, what is the field like to you? What does it mean to you? And this is also to inspire our finalists here, if they're interested in working in the field of education. Maybe you can elaborate a bit about how meaningful it is for you, what kind of purpose it does serve for you, and what is it like working in the field of education, serving the community? Maybe we can start with Koi.
Yeah, for me, I always want to do something that is having some social impact. So it's not just necessary educations, but I think my passion and my experience is most fitted for education. I actually spent 3 years working in health and wellness. Actually, I founded a startup called WeFit, and we doing it's sort of a sharing economy model to connect gyms and fitness classes with everyone. So it's not like all my career I was into education, but when I look back and I think about what from my experience and from my expertise, what I could do to bring the most to the societies and the community, and then the answer is always coming back to education, because with education we can actually change the future of even a economy of a country or something, and it will affect every industry later on if we can have a generation of people who are humbling, who are passionate about what they do, who knows about what they want to achieve, and active and open mind. So those are the ones that I find it's still like not good enough for educational system in Vietnam and in specific, and maybe in even like South Asia countries. As I said before, like I think we like 20-30 years behind all the top countries, and with educational, especially edtech, like the work that Ruangguru are doing at this moment would help us to actually narrow down the gap between us and the in the top countries, and giving everyone an opportunity to access the best knowledge.
Okay, that's great. So it's really impactful for the community, I can see, and it's really driving you from what I understand. And what about you, Kasama?
Yeah, I think when it turns to education, I think like many people here, many people in Southeast Asia would know and realize that, I mean, our education system has some kind of flaws or has some like inequalities that like the richer and the poorer people would be able to access like different qualities of education, right? These are quite common in the region. But my interest in education was rooted down to my like background. I am interested in education because it's really changed my life. So my background is not from like a rich family. My parents are like only like people who work in government agencies without like high salaries, just for the benchmark. They need to like work like 10 years to fund 1 year of study in the US. So that's kind of the background that I was from. So I think throughout my life, not exactly my career, but like from my childhood, I kind of moved my step forward and forward. Like I moved from schools in upcountry to to the school in the capital, like Bangkok. And then after completing my high school in Bangkok, then I got some opportunity for good education to study in the US. So I think throughout my life, education has been the thing that made the unimaginable possible for me. So I think given my personal story that ignited my interest, and also the problems that the society, like in Thailand, and in many countries in Southeast Asia are facing at the moment, I think, to me, I would love to like pass the opportunity forward. So I think the maybe somebody would call it a luck or a chance that I have, opportunity that I have for education, that it really changed my life. And I think everyone deserves at least good education to step up in their like social status, in their opportunity in life. Everyone should not be locked by the initial condition or the backgrounds that they are born with, right? So that is why I'm interested in. And I think with the help of technology, it makes it like much easier to create a solution for solving that kind of problem. So that's why I'm interested in working in edtech, and I want to pass the opportunity forward.
Wow, that's great. So we do have like a few problems that we can solve in the education field, and with technology, it definitely makes it easier and possible. Because education is very important. I think it's also reflected from both of your stories that education is something that plays a huge role into like your journey and also to where you are now. And talking about journey, you've shared like how you started your career, and your role models, what brought you to this career. Is there anything that you would like to share to our finalists who are probably gonna graduate university soon, and maybe they are nervous about if they don't know what they want in life, they don't know like what their end goal would be, they don't know like how to start their journey? Is there anything that you would like to share to them? Maybe we can start with Kasama.
I chat two things. First, I think from what I experienced, but really know that this is my personal opinion, right? So I think one of the most important things for a professional to like move higher in their career, and also to make more impact in their career as well, is an ability to extrapolate. I think like when you sit in some places, worked on some of the projects, it helped you get more experience, and it helped you get more data points in your career. But I think the ability to extrapolate doesn't really come like just by luck. I think there are two important things to keep in mind throughout the career, is to be able to extrapolate well in the situation or in the job. First is you need to get a lot of data points. But we talk about like collecting more data, even in technology or in your life, right? You collect more data, but collecting data is not enough. I think some people would spend their whole life like collecting data and trying to interpolate from the data or from the experiences they have. But I think to do well in the career, to do well in new challenges that you might not have experience for, there's another thing that is important, which is good foundation. Most of the good foundations are what you really got from your like education, from your university years, or even sometimes some of the good foundations are obtained from the high school years. But some people may not have like well enough preparation in the past. So I think in this case, I think continue to be like a lifelong learner would be important as well. I mean, sometimes you might have some foundations or some like good principles, but not enough. So you just like continue to learn more and more. yeah, that's one thing. Second thing I'd like to share is, I never turned down any new opportunity too soon. I mean, early on in the career, there might be some doubts or some uncertainty that occurs when you try to choose what is presented to you, right? Sometimes you are presented with like 2 things or 2 job opportunities, and you don't really know which one is better in the long run, and you don't really decide. And also sometimes one opportunity is like where you are sitting right now, and then you're offered with a new job. Like many people would take like would think that keeping the same job within the comfort zone is good enough, but that doesn't give like a chance for like many people to go that far. I think when you're presented with opportunity, it's okay to take some risk, especially early on in the career, and you never know where it moves you towards.
Okay, so I think number 1 is being a lifelong learner, and also to always, take the opportunities that come and to take more early stage of your career. And what about you?
I also have 2 things. So the first thing I think I will use my favorite quote, which is from Maya Angelou, which is life is going to give you just what you put into it. So that's just what I believe since I started my career, and I still believe it now. Like if you put your heart into everything you do, the result will come. Even though like it might not be the result you expect, but it will return you something else that is maybe even more valuable, even more meaningful to you. Even like if you put your whole heart into one thing, and you fail at one thing, and but later on that experience that you have will help you to move further in your career, and you might not know at the time, but it will happen somehow if you put everything you have into it. So that's one thing that I want to share. And the second thing is kind of a little similar to Kasama, which is I think as you guys are young and still have a lot to learn, you should keep an open mindset. So like always be prepared for the new things, always accept the differences in the team, or with the people that you encounter, and be prepared to learn from anyone else out there, and don't hesitate to try new things, to have your own experience in one thing. That's how I learn about stuff. I try, and I fail, and I stand up, and I try again. Yeah, so that's the sharing for me.
Yeah, I think that's about resilience, about taking risk, and then, being able to accept that you will fail, but having the courage to go back up and, continue your journey. That's very interesting. And also, Koi, you mentioned about putting your heart into what you do. I think that's also something that could possibly always drive us to, to go through everything, any challenges that we might encounter throughout the journey. So if you could turn back time, and you could go back to where you start, is there anything that you would like to change within your journey, and maybe something that we all can learn from? Maybe Kasama?
Question would align with everything that I already talked about before. Mm-hmm. I think one thing that was honestly was my mistakes during my years in the university is I took my master's degree too soon, and the reason of that is that is from the situation that I got funded by an oil company, right? And I defined myself as a petroleum engineer too early in my in my career life, which is like too early in the university. And what I did in the university at that time was trying to complete my bachelor degree as soon as possible, and took my master degree as well. So I completed my bachelor and master within 4 years, which is it's quick. But if I could turn back time, I would still spend like 4 years for my bachelor degrees, and then get my take that more time to learn like more diverse thing. And in my university, it was a very liberal university. I studied at Stanford, and at the university, there was so much freedom at the university. So basically, like you are free to learn anything. There was no prerequisite for almost all the courses at the college. You can like walk to that engineering, you can walk to like science, you can walk to humanities, and you can take any courses you want. But I didn't take that opportunity as a good thing at that time. So I think there was one thing I would want to change, is to change this. But life goes on, right? I could not turn back time. So I think that was a lesson to me to keep my, as Koi said, keep my mind open and try to learn from new opportunity, from meeting new people, trying to learn what they think, what their backgrounds are, and what it made them think differently from I am, and really like getting to know many different disciplines, so that I can somehow apply them in the future.
Okay. And Koi, what about you?
Well, that's a little different for me. So I'm a futurist. I actually don't look back into the past and wishing I could change anything. So so the answer is no. But I always still revisit a lot of my experience before, or like my failures, and the reason is to trying to avoid them in the future. So like I would look back into that, and so there's nothing I would change for the past. It makes me become who I am right now. It might not be the best version, but I think I would, the only thing I would do is to take the lessons out of the past, and trying to change it in the future. So like more look more into me in the future, that rather than me in the past. Well, maybe like I believe there's another version of me in the parallel universe would do something different, and I would love to see how that guy turns out to be. But yeah, more into the future.
I see. Okay, so we have two different approach here, but I'm sure, I mean, we can learn from Kasama as well. If some of you considering about master's degree, and from Koi, I think we learned that we should not regret what happened, because it always makes us, it builds our foundation, and it also brings you to where you are today. And we can always learn from it. There's a reason why it happened in your life. So I guess, we are towards the end of our session. Maybe just to sum up a bit for our finalists who are, maybe still figuring out what they want to do. So basically, to always be a lifelong learner, and always to be open for any opportunities. I think that exposing themselves to many different landscapes would help them to figure out what they want to do in life, and also taking chances. I think taking risks, since our finalists are here, are very young, and they have all the time they have, which is a very valuable thing that they have right now. They can take all the risks, and they can fail, and then also the value of being resilient. When they fail, and then they are able to get up on their own feet and also continue with their journey. And also maybe a bit about accepting differences. So it's okay to be different, and we always have to be open-minded for different cultures, different opportunities, different fields. And so I'm sure our audience today have learned a lot from your journey, Koi and Kasama. So thank you so much for sharing to all of us. We are very happy to have you here, and hopefully we can meet you two again in another session. So I think that concludes our session today. So I will return the session back to the MC. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Thank you so much, Koi, Kasama, for sharing your journey with us. It is a very inspiring journey, right?
Right, super exciting.
Okay, and thank you as well for Gwen for moderating the sessions. Next comes the moment we have all been anticipating, the announcements of the RUBIC 2021 winners.
Okay, keep your finger crossed, everyone. So, to finalists, before we proceed the announcement, please kindly turn on your camera. Monitor. Okay. First, before we start, we've already gathered your votes. Thank you for all of the voters out there. It was a close call, but we now have the results. Let's find out who you voted as your favorite team of RUBIC 2021. Who will win a prize of 2 million rupiah. So let's go.
All right. Once again, a reminder, guys, before we mention who will be the most favorite team, please turn on your camera so we can see your smiling faces.
Yeah.
All right?
Right.
So, the nominations for the most favorite teams. Congratulations to Team Hooray! Yay!
Yay! Congratulations to Team Hooray! Please on cam, guys. Saying hello. Hi.
Hi, Team Hooray.
Hello, thank you so much.
Hello. Okay, congratulations to Team Hooray.
All right, congratulations once again. And now, we are moving to announce the judge's decisions.
That's right, but before we announce them, we would like to thank to all of the team and of course applaud to them because they give their best efforts today to present their business deck, which is, wow, I'm thinking it's very amazing.
Yes, definitely. Everybody did a very brilliant job, and I heard that the judge had a very hard times to decide who will be the winners. All right, so I will invite Arman to announce the 6th place, 5th place, and the 4th place. So to Arman, please welcome to the stage.
Hello, Kak
Hi,
Arman.
hello. Thank you,
Hello,
thank you.
Arman.
Hi.
Hi.
All right, the stage is yours, Arman.
Okay, so I will announce the winner for 6th place, 5th place, and 4th place. I will start with the 6th place. As the team already mentioned, this is not an easy decision. Again, all of you has put the best effort, and it's there. You guys all are winners. But I think with all the discussions, all the jury have decided the ordering. There are only minimal differences, but there are six names that will be announced for today. So I will start with the 6th place. For the 6th position, it will go to Team Checkmate. Congratulations, Team Checkmate. You get number 6. No drum roll. Yay. Okay, the next one will be on the 5th place. For the 5th place, congratulations, Team Tiffany's. Congratulations, team. Okay, we're counting down 4 more places. I'm sure you guys are all nervous. Okay, number 4, for 4th position, it will go to Team Industrial. Congratulations, Team Industrial. Okay, 3 more places. I will hand it over back to MC for the top 3 announcement.
All right. Thank you so much, Arman, and congratulations once again to the winning team. All right.
Okay. Okay. Once again, congratulations to the team for winning the 6th, 5th, and 4th place. We really, actually, when I heard their presentations, I was like, oh my god, this is really cool. So, Matt, let's talk a bit more about the prizes of RUBIC 2021.
Sure, well, of course. Other than receiving the prizes and the trip to the US, the team will also have the opportunity to join Ruangguru highly prestigious development programs. What is it?
Okay, we have 2 programs actually, but I'm gonna share probably the first one is Ruangguru Management Associate Program, or we call it Ruangguru MAP. Is there anyone here that ever heard about Ruangguru MAP?
Wow.
Do you ever hear it,
Of
Matt?
course, of course,
Okay.
Linus. But anyway, to share to the others, what kind of program is that?
Well, actually, Ruangguru MAP is typical of flagship program for the candidates, which help us to, build our future business leaders, especially in Ruangguru. And the program is designed to, after 2 years of multiple rotations and also intensive mentoring with the leaders, they have a chance to be promoted as managers. Oh, how cool is that, right?
Wow, that is very cool. So
Yes.
it's like management training program, right?
Yes, that's
Guys,
right.
you can imagine being a manager after just working 2 years of period after you graduate from the university. Great, great, great.
And
But a
also-
very interesting program. Anyway, can I apply for that?
Oh, what do you think, guys? Can Matt apply? Of course, maybe you can try. And also, for everybody who watched these sessions, you can also apply and let's go and check. We would like to open it on December, right? Or how?
Yes. So guys, stay tuned. Can stay tuned in our informations further. So we will open it soon.
Okay, stay tuned, everyone.
Okay. So solution program. This is Ruangguru internship program that provides an in-depth learning experience. It is a very perfect for final year students who want to join real exposure and meaningful work projects.
Yeah, so you can check our website lip.ruangguru.com and also map.ruangguru.com for further informations.
All right, great. So guys, now we have announced the 6th, 4th, and the 5th place. Now we only have 3 candidates that will be announced to be the winner.
Okay, I'm so excited, Matt.
All right, so let's move to the 3rd winner. To announce the 3rd winner, we are inviting Iman Usman to the stage. So Iman, please welcome.
Hi guys. Yeah, I've been enjoying seeing everybody's nervous faces. So again, first of all, congratulations. It has been a very difficult, process to decide who's going to be the winner. But I'll go with the 3rd place. So the 3rd place for RUBIC 2021 goes to Hooray! Congratulations.
All right, thank you so much, Iman, for sharing the 3rd winner of these competitions. And congratulations again for Team Hooray to winning the 3rd stage. All right, so now we only have 2 teams left, and one of them will be the champion of RUBIC 2021. So guys, have you considered who is gonna be the first winner of RUBIC 2021?
Ching ching, who's that?
All right.
Okay.
So, to announce the champion of RUBIC 2021, we are inviting Belva Devara to share and announce who will be the winner. Belva Devara, please come on board.
Okay. Right. Okay. So it's finally time for me to announce who's the winner of this whole competition that you all have participated since 4 months ago, right? I'm seeing your faces right now. Dan kenapa gue yang jadi deg-degan juga. So, one team will go to the US, right? So after this announcement, bisa bisa prepare paspor, visa ya. Okay, so now only 2 teams left. Ya, oke. Pada deg-degan ya, gue enjoying this moment. So the 2 teams left. One is Team Ed, and the other is Team, what do you call that? BTW atau BTW ya. Okay. So the winner of RUBIC 2021 is the winner is Team BTW BTW. And congrats Team Ed to be the second place of RUBIC 2021. Congrats everyone.
Can we hear something from the winner?
Yeah.
Okay. Congratulations to Team BTW Inc. or BTW as our first winner of RUBIC 2021.
Yes, and congratulations as well for the second winner, Team Ad. And for the winner, I'm calling the representative of Team BW Inc. The stage is yours. Feel free to have a speech, guys.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Kenalin nama aku, mungkin udah kenal, sorry ya, I'm really nervous. Oke, kenalin nama aku Theo from representative team BTW. Pertama-tama thank you banget ke kakak-kakak semua, whole tim Ruangguru, Kak Bima yang itu, dan kakak-kakak yang juri di sini juga, Kak Ida juga yang jadi mentor kita. Dan oh my god, it's really surprise guys, karena aku juga kenal sama Tasya, sama yang lain, tim Hore ya, they're really good, dan ini tuh tim aku yang baru pertama kali masuk final business case gitu loh, dan kita baru 2 kali ikut business case kayak gini, so it's really amazing and oh my god, thank you guys. Gak bisa ngomong lagi kak.
Tim yang lain harus ngomong juga.
Yeah, for another team, please. Have another speech probably.
Ya, Brigita atau Insani.
Oke, mungkin aku yang kedua ya. It is very surprising. Aku sebenarnya nggak bisa berkata-kata. Jadi kayak thank you so much for the judges to be interested in our business plan. And sebenarnya ini juga business plan-nya very very personalized dari personal experience. Jadi kayak I hope that ini benar-benar bisa bermanfaat gitu untuk orang-orang. Terima kasih.
Ayo, Insani boleh.
Halo guys, so nggak tahu mau ngomong apa, cuma mau bilang makasih buat tim aku untuk Theo dan Brigita, soalnya kalau mereka nggak ngajak aku di sini, kita nggak bakal sampai sini. Bermula dari iseng karena pengen ketemu lagi sama teman-teman SMA, bener-bener for the mentor, for the committee juga semuanya, thank you. Good luck RUBIC untuk tahun selanjutnya.
Yeah.
And we will bring our winter coats if.
Well, depends on when the traveling is. Okay. But prepare for the passport and the visa first. And also congratulations to Team Ed ya. It's a very split decision. Ini tipis banget lah pokoknya. Congratulations juga. Very close. They should be very proud of you guys as well.
Yes. All right. Congratulations once again to the winning team. Be prepared, guys, to go to the United States. All right. Well, you have it, folks. The winners of Ruangguru Business Innovation Challenge 2021. Once again, a massive well done and congratulations to all of today's teams.
Indeed. Actually, we're so amazed for how you guys put effort on today's business presentations. So thank you for all of the judges for coming, and of course to the amazing team who gave it all their effort to follow these RUBIC sessions. So it was really good to see your enthusiasm for the final round.
Yes, and a big thanks as well to all of you at home who joined us today through our YouTube channel.
So I'm Ninis.
I am Matt. It's been a pleasure to be your host today, and we will see you next year again at
RUBIC 2022.
Bye-bye. See you
Bye
guys.
everyone. See you guys.
Kita foto dulu ya, bareng-bareng. Boleh turn on kameranya. Congratulations sekali lagi semuanya. Hebat-hebat.
Koordinasi foto siapakah?